In the vibrant, often chaotic tapestry of 11th century Jerusalem, the ancient city's narrow thoroughfares perpetually throbbed with the arrival and departure of Christian pilgrims. Their countenances, etched with the ravages of time and exposure, served as silent testaments to months of perilous journeys undertaken across unforgiving landscapes and through territories fraught with danger. For the established Muslim communities residing within the city's venerable walls, this influx of foreign devotees presented a complex dynamic, simultaneously offering tantalizing prospects for economic gain and posing the ever-present specter of social and political upheaval. Yet, for these devout travelers, the mere act of setting foot within the hallowed confines of the Holy City represented far more than a geographical arrival. It signified the profound culmination of a spiritual odyssey that had relentlessly challenged the very foundations of their faith, mercilessly emptied their meager financial resources, and frequently left their physical forms utterly shattered. A significant number of these weary souls stumbled into Jerusalem's embrace, battling various ailments, suffering from grievous injuries, or utterly impoverished, having succumbed along the arduous route to the predations of ruthless brigands, the insidious grip of rampant diseases, or simply the relentless, unforgiving rigors inherent in medieval long-distance travel. It was against this poignant backdrop of profound human suffering and desperate need that a discerning collective of Italian merchants, hailing from the thriving maritime republic of Amalfi, perceived both an undeniable moral imperative and a shrewd practical necessity for intervention. Around the year 1048, these astute Amalfitan traders laid the foundational stones for what would eventually evolve into the legendary Hospital of St. John. What began as a remarkably modest hospice, primarily conceived to offer solace and care to Christian pilgrims, was a direct reflection of the merchants' intimate understanding of the perilous circumstances confronting their co-religionists. Their extensive Mediterranean trading networks ensured consistent commercial ties with Jerusalem, granting them a unique first-hand perspective on the constant dangers and hardships endured by those seeking spiritual fulfillment. Initially, this nascent charitable enterprise operated under the protective aegis of the Benedictine monastery of Santa Maria Latina, its core mission steadfastly dedicated to functioning as a compassionate institution. Its primary focus encompassed the provision of rudimentary medical attention, essential sustenance, and safe refuge for the multitude of individuals grappling with adversity. Yet, the true metamorphosis of this unassuming hospice into an entity of far greater historical consequence and enduring impact commenced with the pivotal arrival of a figure known only as Brother Gerard. His origins, curiously, remain veiled in the mists of historical uncertainty, adding an intriguing layer to his story. While some historical accounts tentatively propose his birth in Amalfi, others suggest a provenance in the distant region of Provence, or even hint at his emergence from the very heart of the Holy Land itself, leaving his precise beginnings a captivating enigma. Despite the lingering questions surrounding his early life, one truth emerges with striking clarity. Gerard was undeniably endowed with both an exceptional administrative acumen and an unwavering, profound dedication to alleviating the suffering of the sick and the impoverished. It was under his visionary leadership that the hospital embarked upon a remarkable trajectory of expansion, systematically broadening its operations, and meticulously forging a far more sophisticated and effective organizational structure. Girard's revolutionary approach to charitable endeavors diverged sharply from the conventional monastic paradigms prevalent in his time. Instead of merely offering fleeting, temporary succor, he ambitiously strove to construct a truly comprehensive system of care, meticulously designed to address the entire, multifaceted spectrum of needs experienced by the beleaguered pilgrims. This was no mere stopgap measure, but a grand vision taking shape. Under Girard's astute guidance, the hospital's burgeoning staff, initially a blend of both ordained clergy and dedicated lay individuals, began to cultivate highly specialized roles, transforming the institution into a finely tuned machine of mercy. Some members meticulously concentrated on providing advanced medical treatment, while others diligently oversaw the intricate processes of food preparation and equitable distribution. A third group, equally vital, meticulously managed the institution's rapidly expanding financial resources and its ever-growing portfolio of property holdings. This astute and practical division of labor served as a vivid testament to Girard's profound understanding that genuinely effective charity demanded systematic, methodical organization and rigorous planning, far exceeding the impact of mere noble intentions alone. The hospital's burgeoning reputation for delivering unparalleled quality of care swiftly reverberated across the entirety of the Christian world, drawing in an ever-increasing stream of both desperate patients and generous benefactors. Affluent pilgrims and influential local nobles, deeply impressed by the institution's mission and efficacy, commenced making substantial donations, bestowing upon the burgeoning organization invaluable landed property, significant monetary gifts, and crucial legal privileges. These vital contributions empowered Girard to dramatically expand the hospital's physical infrastructure, leading to the construction of additional spacious wards, more efficient kitchens, and expansive storage areas, all designed to accommodate the steadily growing influx of those seeking solace and healing. This undeniable success also captivated dedicated individuals, inspiring them to consecrate their lives to the service of the sick, gradually forging a cohesive community of brothers, united by a profound shared purpose, even if not yet formally bound by explicit religious vows. The intricate and often volatile political landscape of 11th century Palestine presented a double-edged sword for Girard's rapidly expanding humanitarian enterprise, offering both strategic opportunities and formidable challenges. The once firm grasp of the Fatimid Caliphate over Jerusalem was visibly loosening, its authority increasingly tenuous. Within this power vacuum, numerous Muslim factions vied fiercely for dominance and influence, while simultaneously, the formidable interests of the Byzantine Empire and the burgeoning Western Christian powers exerted relentless pressure from the north and west. This pervasive instability forged an exceptionally complex environment where religious institutions, with astute navigation, could occasionally broker advantageous arrangements with a multiplicity of authorities. However, it also meant that their hard-won security and cherished privileges remained in a perpetual state of precarious uncertainty, hanging by a thread. It was in this crucible of shifting allegiances and potential conflict that Girard truly distinguished himself, displaying considerable diplomatic dexterity as he navigated these treacherous geopolitical waters with remarkable finesse. He meticulously cultivated cordial relations with Jerusalem's incumbent Muslim authorities, a delicate dance that he performed while simultaneously nurturing crucial support from the influential Christian merchants, the ceaseless stream of pilgrims, and the respected clergy. This intricate balancing act demanded an almost prescient attention to local sensitivities and an exhaustive, nuanced comprehension of the myriad political currents ceaselessly flowing through the volatile region. The hospital's extraordinary success in not merely surviving, but thriving and maintaining its vital operations throughout this profoundly turbulent period, stood as a resounding testament to Girard's unparalleled political acumen, a quality as vital to the institution's survival as his unwavering charitable dedication. Then, a truly monumental event, the arrival of the First Crusade in the year 1099, dramatically heralded a pivotal watershed moment in the hospital's burgeoning development, forever altering its path. As the formidable forces of Godfrey of Bouillon inexorably advanced upon Jerusalem, the city's diverse inhabitants collectively braced themselves for the grim inevitability of a brutal siege and the terrifying prospect of widespread massacre. Girard and his dedicated brothers found themselves confronted with an agonizing, critical decision. They could endeavor to steadfastly uphold their carefully maintained, neutral, charitable stance, or they could make the audacious choice to openly pledge their support to the Christian conquest of the city. The path they ultimately chose, a decision fraught with immense consequence, was poised to fundamentally redefine the very character of the institution and irrevocably shape its entire future trajectory. The world held its breath, awaiting their fateful move, when the Crusader armies finally and brutally breached Jerusalem's ancient, formidable walls on that fateful day of July 15, 1099. The ensuing carnage was indiscriminate, sparing neither the city's Muslim nor its Jewish inhabitants from a horrifying slaughter. Amidst this unprecedented chaos and widespread devastation, Girard and his courageous brothers acted with swift resolve, providing crucial aid and comfort to the wounded Crusaders. This immediate and decisive action powerfully demonstrated their unwavering commitment to the Christian cause. Yet remarkably, they managed to do so without abandoning their fundamental, sacred mission of compassionately caring for all the sick and injured. This strategic choice proved profoundly astute, for it not only instantly cemented the hospital's indispensable value in the eyes of the new Crusader leadership, but also meticulously preserved its hard-won reputation as an impartial beacon of charitable mercy. The subsequent establishment of the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem, initially under the leadership of Godfrey of Bouillon, and then, following his passing, under his brother Baldwin, inaugurated a new era of profound institutional development for the hospital. The Crusader nobility, acutely conscious of their inherently precarious and isolated position within a predominantly hostile foreign environment, swiftly recognized the immense strategic value of organizations capable of offering not only essential charitable services, but also, crucially, the potential for formidable military support. They understood that such an entity could become a cornerstone of their fragile new dominion. With characteristic foresight, Girard moved swiftly to cultivate robust relationships with the most influential figures within the newly established kingdom, culminating in the securing of vital papal recognition and unwavering protection for his burgeoning institution. This monumental achievement materialized with Pope Paschal II's powerful bull of 1113, famously known as Pi Postulatio Voluntatis, which formally acknowledged the Hospital of St. John as an independent religious order. This declaration dramatically severed its previous subordination to the Benedictine monastery of Santa Maria Latina. This unparalleled papal recognition bestowed upon the brothers an unprecedented degree of autonomy and a formidable shield of protection, granting them the invaluable freedom to meticulously craft their own unique rule and intricate organizational structure, entirely unburdened by external interference. Beyond independence, the papal bull further endowed the nascent order with a suite of truly significant privileges, notably including exemption from the jurisdiction of local ecclesiastical authorities and the invaluable right to elect their own master. Operating within this groundbreaking new legal framework, Gerard meticulously commenced the process of formalizing the sacred vows and solemn obligations that would forever bind the brothers together in common purpose. In a profound departure from traditional monastic orders of the era, which typically emphasized contemplative life and withdrawal from worldly affairs, Gerard's innovative rules unequivocally stressed active, hands-on service to the poor and the sick. The brothers, indeed, embraced the hallowed vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, but these profound commitments were explicitly oriented towards tangible charitable work, rather than solely abstract spiritual pursuits. This intensely practical focus resonated deeply with Gerard's unwavering conviction that authentic Christian virtue found its truest expression through concrete, impactful acts of mercy, far more so than through detached theological contemplation. The meticulously crafted organizational structure that crystallized during this transformative period laid down foundational patterns that would, remarkably, endure throughout the order's exceptionally long and distinguished history. At the apex of this hierarchical framework stood the master, initially Gerard himself, who wielded ultimate, undisputed authority over every conceivable aspect of the institution's expansive operations. Beneath this supreme leader, a carefully defined hierarchy of officers managed specialized functions with precision. The prior diligently supervised all religious observances and meticulously enforced internal discipline. The treasurer sagaciously managed all intricate financial matters. The hospitaller was entrusted with the paramount responsibility of overseeing all facets of patient care, and the marshal efficiently coordinated security protocols and complex logistical arrangements. This intelligent and clear division of responsibilities empowered the order to expertly manage its increasingly complex and diverse operations, all while steadfastly maintaining a unified command structure and an unwavering sense of collective purpose. The brothers themselves were drawn from a remarkably diverse array of backgrounds, a testament to the order's pragmatic and inclusive approach to recruitment. While a segment consisted of ordained clergy equipped with rigorous theological training, many others were lay individuals, bringing with them invaluable practical medical knowledge, astute administrative skills, or even crucial military experience. This rich tapestry of talents fostered a truly unique institutional culture, one that championed competence and unwavering dedication above traditional, often rigid, markers of religious status. The order's groundbreaking willingness to embrace both clerical and lay brothers, a highly unconventional practice for its era, forcefully underscored Gerard's profound recognition that genuinely effective charitable work demanded a broad, multifaceted spectrum of skills and talents, not simply spiritual devotion. The comprehensive rule that meticulously governed the brothers' daily lives emphatically underscored the core tenets of discipline, profound humility, and selfless service. Each day commenced with the solemnity of communal prayer, transitioning seamlessly into a rigorous schedule of assigned duties that could encompass tenderly tending to the sick, diligently preparing nourishing food, astutely managing the institution's complex finances, or meticulously maintaining the hospital's expansive physical facilities. In adherence to their sacred vow of poverty, the brothers partook in simple meals, donned unadorned clothing, and resided in modest, unpretentious quarters. Yet this personal austerity was strikingly counterbalanced by the order's unwavering, paramount commitment to delivering the absolute best possible care for their patients, who, in a truly remarkable display of selflessness, frequently received superior food, more comfortable bedding, and more advanced medical attention than the brothers themselves ever permitted their own comforts. This was a testament to their extraordinary dedication, a story of profound commitment that was only just beginning to unfold. As the Crusader states solidified their dominion over the Levantine littoral, the venerable Hospital of St. John extended its benevolent activities beyond the hallowed confines of Jerusalem. Novel establishments emerged in significant urban centers such as Antioch, Tripoli, and other prominent locales, each meticulously tailoring the foundational blueprint to suit the specific exigencies and requirements of its immediate environment. These subsidiary institutions meticulously sustained a vital dialogue with the principal seat in Jerusalem, thereby forging a cohesive confederation of philanthropic entities capable of harmonizing their endeavors and pooling their vital provisions when circumstances necessitated. The incremental transformation of the order into a military force commenced as an pragmatic rejoinder to the formidable security predicaments confronting the nascent Crusader states. While Brother Gerard's initial philanthropic ethos had exclusively championed acts of succor and compassion, the stark realities of existence within a fiercely disputed borderland rendered martial prowess progressively indispensable. Islamic armies, marshaled by formidable commanders such as Maudud of Mosul and Bursuk ibn Bursuk, unleashed incessant assaults against Christian-held territories, imperiling not only the political viability of these Latin polities, but also the sanctity of pilgrims and the very charitable establishments dedicated to their welfare. The brethren found themselves inexorably compelled to safeguard their infirmaries, their charges, and indeed their own existence against these persistent incursions. Initially, this protective function encompassed little beyond the upkeep of rudimentary defensive structures and a degree of collaboration with indigenous military administrations. Nevertheless, as the order's financial prosperity and societal leverage burgeoned, so too did the anticipations that it would participate more vigorously in the collective safeguarding of the realm. Affluent benefactors commenced furnishing the order with sophisticated martial apparatus and expertly trained equines, while the brothers themselves progressively honed the proficiencies essential for engaging in armed conflict. This martial progression unfolded incrementally and devoid of any explicit pronouncement. Individual brethren diligently acquired mastery over armaments and protective gear, initially for purely defensive applications, but progressively for robust engagement in expansive military endeavors. The order's burgeoning constellation of holdings, many judiciously situated in pivotal strategic locales, quite organically transformed into a contiguous series of entrenched strongholds capable of bolstering wider military maneuvers. The brothers, solemn pledges of allegiance and their rigorously ordered communal existence rendered them inherently potent military resources, seamlessly blending profound spiritual impetus with exemplary organizational unity. This profound metamorphosis from an exclusively philanthropic body to a hybrid military charitable organization mirrored more sweeping alterations in the Crusader state's fundamental strategy for enduring and expanding their presence. The initial territorial acquisition had largely depended upon fleeting fervor and perceived divine intervention, yet sustained prosperity over the long haul necessitated robust institutional frameworks capable of maintaining consistent exertion across successive generations. Ecclesiastical fraternities, such as the Hospital of St. John, with their unwavering dedication and extensive transnational support mechanisms, presented viable remedies to predicaments that secular governmental bodies found arduous to resolve. By the close of the 11th century, the Hospital of St. John had undergone a profound metamorphosis, transitioning from a humble wayfarer's refuge into a preeminent religious order, wielding substantial political, fiscal, and martial authority across the entirety of the Crusader states. The Brethren steadfastly upheld their foundational pledge to minister to the infirm and the indigent, yet simultaneously cultivated proficiencies that would ultimately recast them into one of medieval Europe's most redoubtable military formations. This inherent duality, embodying both benevolence and combativeness, spiritual devotion and pragmatic action, would indelibly characterize the order's essence for epochs to come, simultaneously generating prospects and conflicts that would mold its extraordinary trajectory. The demise of Brother Gerard in the year 1120 signaled the conclusion of the hospital's exclusively philanthropic epoch, although scant individuals at that juncture could have foreseen the profound evolution that was destined to ensue. His successor, Raymond Dupuy, assumed the mantle of leadership over an entity that commanded considerable riches, extensive global affiliations, and an escalating renown for both its medical acumen and its organizational efficacy. Raymond, a distinguished French aristocrat possessing martial experience garnered during the pivotal First Crusade, infused the role with a strategic foresight that would fundamentally reconfigure the order's intrinsic character and its operational capacities. Under the sagacious guidance of Raymond, the hospital initiated its official progression into a martial order. Although this metamorphosis arose from pragmatic imperatives rather than a doctrinaire conviction, the Crusader states confronted mounting duress from Islamic contingents who had begun to synchronize their offensives with enhanced efficacy under the command of figures such as Il-Ghazi of Mardin and Balak ibn Bahram. These astute commanders recognized that the continued existence of Christian enclaves hinged upon preserving inviolable arteries of communication between principal urban centers and guaranteeing unhindered transit for both devout pilgrims and mercantile traders, whose financial infusions robustly underpinned the Crusader economy. The systematic process of militarization commenced with Raymond Dupuy's formal institution of distinct military echelons within the order's established hierarchy. The esteemed office of Marshal, which had previously been predominantly concerned with logistical coordination and material provisions, broadened its purview to incorporate intricate tactical strategizing and direct combat command. Brethren possessing prior martial expertise from their pre-monastic existences found themselves undertaking the instruction of nascent recruits in the skillful manipulation of weaponry, adept equestrianism, and precise battlefield configurations. Concurrently, the order's numerous holdings, particularly those strategically situated along critical commercial arteries or proximate to contentious frontiers, began to undergo rigorous and systematic enhancements to their defensive capabilities, thereby converting unassuming hospices into formidable, impregnable bastions. The characteristic visage of Hospitaller Knights materialized during this epoch, serving both as a pragmatic imperative and a profound emblematic declaration. The austere black surcoat, donned over their formidable chainmail hauberks, afforded numerous benefits transcending mere recognition. The dark hue of the fabric absorbed significantly less solar radiation than lighter shades under the scorching Middle Eastern sun, while its solemn aspect underscored the order's devout religious identity and set it apart from purely secular chivalric fraternities. The prominent white eight-pointed cross, resplendently emblazoned upon the chest, bore profound allegorical significance. Each of its 8 extremities represented one of the 8 Beatitudes articulated in Christ's Sermon on the Mount. Concurrently, the cruciform emblem itself heralded the Brethren's unwavering devotion to Christian ministry and ultimate self-sacrifice. The martial accoutrements adopted by the Hospitaller Knights mirrored prevailing European specifications, albeit intelligently modified for the distinct environmental factors of the Eastern Mediterranean. Their principal offensive instrument remained the formidable lance, typically spanning between 12 and 14 feet in length, and tipped with a honed steel point meticulously engineered to pierce both mail and the comparatively lighter protective gear favored by Muslim cavalry. Auxiliary armaments encompassed the versatile arming sword, a straight double-edged blade extending approximately 3 feet, alongside an assortment of polearms designed for engagements on foot. The knights' defensive shields, adorned with the order's emblematic cross, were fashioned from wood encased in boiled leather, offering sufficient safeguarding while retaining a portability conducive to prolonged skirmishes. The equines employed by the Hospitallers constituted an indispensable element of their martial prowess. The order meticulously sustained comprehensive breeding initiatives that judiciously crossbred robust European destriers with indigenous Arabian bloodlines, thereby yielding steeds endowed with both the formidable stature and sheer power requisite to bear heavily armored knights, and the exceptional stamina demanded for protracted military endeavors in unforgiving climatic zones. These magnificent horses, valued at considerable pecuniary sums, underwent meticulous conditioning that underscored rigorous battlefield comportment and acute responsiveness to their riders, directives amidst the tumultuous melee of mounted engagements. The order's inaugural significant fortification undertaking commenced in 1142, when they were granted possession of Crac de Chevalier by Raymond of Tripoli. This colossal citadel, majestically situated atop a pivotal hill overlooking the strategically vital Homs Gap, a crucial passage between the littoral mountains and the Syrian hinterland, necessitated comprehensive refurbishment. The Brethren committed immense financial and labor resources to augmenting the castle's protective capacities, erecting formidable concentric ramparts, a multitude of watchtowers, and ingenious hydraulic systems designed to sustain a substantial garrison comprising several hundred knights and sergeants throughout protracted periods of encirclement. Crac de Chevalier signified far more than a mere feat of martial engineering. It epitomized the Hospitallers' comprehensive methodology towards both regional safeguarding and financial stewardship. The castle's expansive outer defenses shielded not only its resident garrison, but also the indigenous Christian populace, who could seek sanctuary within its formidable confines during periods of Islamic incursions. The Brethren assiduously cultivated the adjacent rural landscape through judicious agricultural enhancements, innovative irrigation schemes, and purposeful settlement initiatives that concurrently augmented the area's fecundity and their own fiscal returns. This seamless amalgamation of military, economic, and communal responsibilities subsequently emerged as a defining characteristic of Hospitaller territorial governance. The sophisticated construction methodologies employed at Crac de Chevalier unequivocally showcased the Order's command of both advanced European engineering acumen and time-honored local building practices. The colossal ramparts, meticulously fashioned from precisely cut and fitted limestone blocks, integrated cutting-edge defensive attributes, including formidable machicolations, strategically placed arrow loops designed for convergent fields of fire, and concealed sally ports, enabling the garrison to execute sudden disruptive sorties against besieging forces. The castle's expansive Great Hall, capable of hosting several hundred diners, exhibited distinct Gothic architectural motifs that proudly affirmed the Brethren's European heritage, while simultaneously incorporating pragmatic modifications tailored to the prevailing local climatic conditions. Margat, which the Hospitallers secured control of in 1186, emerged as their second significant endeavor in fortification architecture, showcasing their rapidly evolving proficiency in the intricate art of castle planning and building. Situated majestically on a towering mountain summit, offering a commanding vista of the Mediterranean littoral stretching between the strategic cities of Tortosa and Latakia, Margat effectively controlled vital maritime thoroughfares and simultaneously provided a formidable shield for the Christian communities scattered across the territory. This formidable fortress, rendered almost impervious to assault by its sheer altitude and the precipitous, challenging access routes surrounding it, necessitated a distinct set of defensive protocols compared to those employed at Crac de Chevalier. Nevertheless, its operational roles remained analogous, serving concurrently as an unyielding military bastion and a pivotal administrative hub for the Order's regional governance. Daily existence for the garrisons stationed within these prominent Hospitaller fortresses adhered to rigorous schedules, meticulously crafted to achieve a harmonious equilibrium between peak military preparedness and devout religious adherence. Each morning commenced for the knights with collective supplication performed in the castle's sacred chapel, a spiritual prelude to a day filled with intensive arms practice, meticulous upkeep of their martial gear, and vigilance through assigned patrol responsibilities. The Order's Brethren diligently upheld their long-standing commitment to health care by managing sophisticated infirmaries situated within the castle precincts, facilities designed to minister to the needs of both the resident military contingent and the surrounding civilian populace. These dedicated medical centers, manned by brothers possessing profound and specialized medical acumen, administered essential care for grievous battle injuries, prevalent illnesses, and the myriad physical traumas endemic to the challenging medieval military existence. The military methodologies employed by the Hospitallers underwent a continuous process of refinement and adaptation. Forged in the crucible of incessant conflict with Muslim armies whose operational doctrines and armaments diverged significantly from those typically favored by their European adversaries, Islamic military formations predominantly leveraged the prowess of mounted archers, who, armed with potent composite bows, systematically engaged in long-range harassment of opposing ranks, assiduously endeavoring to circumvent direct, close-quarters engagement whenever feasible. Such a strategic preference posed a formidable obstacle to the conventional European heavy cavalry charges, which, despite their demonstrated efficacy on the battlefields of the Occident, frequently proved ineffectual when confronted by the more agile and elusive Eastern adversaries. The astute commanders of the Hospitaller Order meticulously devised sophisticated counter-tactics, which fundamentally prioritized rigorously disciplined formations, synchronized troop movements, and the precise, opportune timing of their cavalry charges to ensure the utmost destructive effect. These strategists mastered the deployment of crossbowmen and foot soldiers to shield their formidable heavy cavalry from the persistent annoyance of enemy archers, concurrently searching for propitious moments to compel decisive confrontations where their own superior defensive plating and advanced weaponry could unequivocally determine the outcome. Furthermore, the Brethren assimilated specific tactical breakthroughs originating from their Muslim foes, notably incorporating mounted crossbowmen into their ranks and strategically utilizing Turco-Polus, indigenous Christian cavalry units who engaged in combat, clad in lighter protective gear and employing Eastern martial implements and methods. The Order of the Hospital faced its inaugural significant military trial amidst the tumultuous period of the Second Crusade, a time when Muslim armies, under the astute leadership of Nur ad-Din, initiated comprehensive and methodical campaigns aimed at reclaiming territories previously seized by the Crusaders. Nur ad-Din, who bore the distinguished title of Atabeg of Aleppo and subsequently assumed control of Damascus, embodied an emergent archetype of Muslim leadership, seamlessly blending formidable military prowess with acute political sagacity and profound religious fervor. His formidable armies skillfully utilized advanced siege methodologies, orchestrated synchronized assaults across multiple fronts, and launched calculated propaganda initiatives specifically crafted to erode Christian morale and fracture their cohesion. The Hospitallers were actively involved in numerous significant military confrontations against Nur ad-Din's formidable troops, notably enduring the catastrophic siege of Damascus in 1148, an event where the lamentable lack of synchronized effort among the disparate Crusader armies culminated in a profoundly humiliating rout. Nevertheless, the Order also secured notable triumphs in less expansive skirmishes, occasions where their stringent discipline and remarkable adaptability in tactical execution unequivocally determined the positive outcome. Through these varied experiences, the Brethren assimilated invaluable insights concerning the critical necessity of comprehensive intelligence collection, meticulous logistical foresight, and the imperative of sustaining impregnable communication channels linking their diverse defensive bastions. Across this entire epoch, the esteemed Hospitaller Order steadfastly preserved its distinctive dual character, functioning simultaneously as a formidable military fraternity and a benevolent philanthropic institution. Their extensive network of hospitals, established in pivotal urban centers such as Jerusalem, Antioch, and other significant locales, persistently operated in accordance with the foundational principles envisioned by Girard, consistently furnishing essential medical services, sustenance, and refuge to both religious pilgrims and the indigenous inhabitants. The Order's profound medical proficiency, significantly augmented through its synergistic engagement with the sophisticated Islamic and Byzantine traditions of healing, elevated their hospitals to the status of being counted among the most cutting-edge medical establishments throughout the entire medieval globe. The dedicated brothers cultivated an exceptionally refined comprehension of intricate surgical procedures, the meticulous formulation of pharmaceutical compounds, and advanced methodologies for treating various ailments, a body of knowledge that conspicuously outstripped the prevailing medical understanding across contemporary Europe. Within their state-of-the-art hospitals, distinctive wards were allocated for diverse patient categories, alongside specialized provisions for obstetric care and surgical interventions, complemented by expansive pharmaceutical gardens diligently nurtured to cultivate a vast array of medicinal flora sourced from across the entire Mediterranean basin. This unparalleled medical acumen demonstrated its immense utility not solely for fulfilling the Order's philanthropic mandate, but equally and critically for safeguarding the overall well-being and ensuring the sustained combat readiness of their formidable military contingents. The considerable financial wherewithal indispensable for sustaining both their expansive charitable endeavors and their substantial military contingents mandated the implementation of highly sophisticated economic stewardship. The Hospitallers meticulously cultivated vast portfolios of property across the European continent, which consistently generated revenue streams derived from agricultural leases, astute commercial placements, and generous endowments from affluent patrons. Moreover, they forged robust banking affiliations with influential Italian mercantile houses, expertly oversaw complex international trade ventures, and strategically channeled capital into diverse commercial undertakings, all of which produced crucial income to underpin their extensive activities in the Levant. This intricate web of financial resources empowered the Order to sustain formidable military contingents, encompassing not merely their elite brother knights, but also dedicated sergeants, agile Turcopoles, and specialized mercenary troops engaged for particular military expeditions. The Brethren meticulously engineered comprehensive logistical frameworks designed to provision their fortified castles and active field armies with essential provisions such as foodstuffs, armaments, defensive plating, mounts, and a plethora of other vital supplies. Such elaborate supply operations, orchestrated with precision across immense geographical expanses and frequently traversing perilous enemy-controlled lands, stand as testament to extraordinary organizational accomplishments, which, in turn, substantially augmented the overall military efficacy of the Crusader forces. The ascendancy of Saladin during the decade of the 1170s confronted the Hospitallers with the most formidable adversary they had encountered since the very inception of the Order's transformation into a military entity. Saladin, having masterfully consolidated the realms of Egypt and Syria under his singular dominion, commanded both the extensive material assets and the profound strategic foresight requisite for prosecuting protracted military campaigns against the various Crusader states. His formidable military apparatus seamlessly integrated the inherent mobility and exceptional archery prowess characteristic of conventional Muslim armies with refined siege methodologies and rigorously trained infantry formations, thereby creating a force capable of directly confronting and challenging the vaunted European heavy cavalry in close quarters. The Hospitallers discovered themselves compelled to safeguard not merely their own territorial possessions, but also to function as an indispensable constituent element within the broader military establishment of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. Their valiant knights engaged in a multitude of confrontations against Saladin's relentlessly advancing armies, prominently including the pivotal Battle of Montgisard in 1177, an encounter where a numerically inferior Crusader contingent achieved an astonishing triumph, despite facing overwhelmingly superior numbers. Nevertheless, they simultaneously suffered grievous reverses that unequivocally underscored the burgeoning sophistication and increasing efficacy of Muslim military structuring and strategic methodologies. The discernible military development of the order throughout this particular era mirrored the wider transformations unfolding within medieval warfare, as military leaders on both opposing sides diligently adjusted their approaches to incorporate novel armaments, refined tactical doctrines, and emergent strategic imperatives. The profound metamorphosis of the Hospitallers, from a purely benevolent charitable society into a formidable military order, stands as one of the most triumphant institutional adaptations recorded during the entire crusading epoch, giving rise to an entity capable of projecting sustained military power while steadfastly upholding its foundational humanitarian mandate. This intrinsically dual nature would, in essence, irrevocably shape and define the very identity of the order across the vast expanse of its protracted and truly extraordinary historical trajectory. The intense, searing July heat of the year 1187 created a wavering mirage across the desolate, arid hills surrounding the small settlement of Hattin, a location destined to witness the impending destruction of the grandest Crusader army ever amassed within the sacred confines of the Holy Land. Amidst the ranks of the thirst-stricken Christian chevaliers, the distinctive black surcoats of the Hospitallers presented a stark contrast against the ubiquitous dusty terrain, even as their magnificent steeds restlessly pawed the ground, flecks of foamy lather accumulating around their metal bits, indicative of their growing distress. Grand Master Roger de Moulins had strategically deployed his contingent of knights on the far right wing of the Christian battle array, their iconic eight-pointed crosses glinting fiercely under the unforgiving glare of the sun. Even as Saladin's numerically superior forces inexorably cinched their encirclement, akin to a hand clenching into a relentless fist, the prevailing tactical circumstances had spiraled into an irrecoverable state of profound disadvantage. The ill-fated decision by King Guy of Jerusalem to lead the entirety of the royal army across a parched and arid landscape in a relentless pursuit of Saladin had inadvertently, yet precisely, steered them directly into the cunning strategic snare laid by the astute Muslim commander. Consequently, the Hospitallers, alongside their valiant Templar confrères and the lay knights serving the kingdom, discovered themselves ensnared between the distinctive twin peaks of a dormant volcano, completely cut off from any potable water sources, while Muslim archers incessantly barraged them with a lethal downpour of arrows from the elevated positions encircling them. The Brethren's prized destriers, those splendid war horses whose breeding and rigorous training had demanded immense financial investment, now stood with their noble heads bowed in dejection, their customary vitality utterly drained by the twin scourges of acute thirst and overwhelming fatigue. Saladin's exceptional tactical acumen was vividly demonstrated through his unhurried yet meticulous implementation of a grand strategy that had been under careful development for many months. His armies had methodically enticed the Crusader forces away from their vital water provisions, simultaneously subjecting them to relentless torment through continuous mounted archery attacks. The shrewd Muslim commander acutely comprehended that European heavy cavalry, despite possessing immense destructive potential in direct engagements, inevitably became critically exposed and weakened when deprived of the essential logistical infrastructure required to sustain their horses, maintain their specialized equipment, and keep their fighting men in optimal physical readiness. Consequently, the Hospitallers, notwithstanding their exemplary discipline and rigorous training, found themselves utterly incapable of surmounting the undeniable truth that their entire military operational framework was predicated upon resources that Saladin had, with ruthless efficiency, systematically withheld from their grasp. When the climactic assault commenced, the Knights Hospitaller exhibited the desperate valor of individuals who fully comprehended the dire ramifications of defeat. Their esteemed leader, Master Roger de Moulins, spearheaded relentless countercharges against the encroaching Muslim formations, his formidable lance piercing through Saladin's foot soldiers before inevitably shattering against their resilient shields and hardened armor. The brothers, moving with synchronized precision, maintained their disciplined ranks, a testament to their rigorous training, even as their comrades succumbed to the relentless barrage of arrows, the thrusts of spears, and the lethal sweep of curved swords. Nevertheless, their mounts, already weakened by severe dehydration, faltered and stumbled on the uneven, rocky terrain, rendering them incapable of sustaining the formidable impetus crucial for effective heavy cavalry charges. The final collapse materialized abruptly as King Guy's command tent, which had served as the crucial rallying point for the beleaguered Christian forces, finally succumbed to the overwhelming Muslim onslaught. The disheartening spectacle of the royal standard vanishing beneath a surging tide of enemy combatants utterly shattered the morale of knights who had already endured ceaseless hours of brutal combat under virtually insurmountable circumstances. Master Roger de Moulins met his heroic end during this culminating melee, his body discovered later amidst a tight circle of fallen Hospitaller knights who had made their ultimate stand in defense of their revered commander. Simultaneously, the True Cross, the most revered and sacred relic of the Crusader states, vanished into Muslim possession, a grievous loss accompanying the capture of the kingdom's entire military leadership. The repercussions of Hattin proved even more devastating and far-reaching than the battle itself. Saladin's systematic campaign to subjugate Crusader strongholds unfolded with chilling, methodical efficiency, as demoralized garrisons capitulated, surrendering formidable fortresses that, under more favorable conditions, might have withstood prolonged sieges for many months. The Hospitallers watched on in profound helplessness as their meticulously engineered network of castles and hospitals crumbled, one after another. Crac des Chevaliers, recognized as the Order's most magnificent and formidable fortress, resisted longer than most, yet even its colossal walls and seasoned defenders could not indefinitely withstand the dual pressures of relentless military assault and the insidious psychological warfare expertly wielded by Saladin. The fall of Jerusalem in October 1187 delivered a profound, existential blow to the very core of Hospitaller identity. The sacred city where Brother Gerard had, nearly 140 years prior, established his humble hospice, now witnessed the Order's complete and sorrowful evacuation. The Hospital of St. John, painstakingly expanded and refined over successive generations of diligent stewardship, passed into Muslim control, as Saladin notably displayed the magnanimity and compassionate leadership that had cemented his legendary status even among his adversaries. The brothers who had dedicated their lives to serving within Jerusalem's hospital now found themselves displaced refugees, their life's purpose and extensive work abruptly abandoned as they joined the swelling throngs of Christian civilians desperately seeking refuge in the few remaining coastal strongholds. The order's decimated leadership, having suffered catastrophic losses at Hattin and during the subsequent sieges, confronted the Herculean task of reconstituting their venerable organization amidst the most dire and unimaginable circumstances. The newly appointed master, Garnier de Nablus, assumed command of an order that had effectively lost the vast majority of its valiant knights, the bulk of its territorial possessions, and, perhaps most critically, its fundamental source of identity and overarching purpose. The surviving brothers, a depleted remnant, converged in Tripoli and Acre, the final significant Crusader cities still resisting Saladin's relentless advance, where they valiantly endeavored to uphold their dual mission of dedicated military service and compassionate charitable work, despite their severely diminished resources. The arrival of the Third Crusade in 1189 presented the Hospitallers with their inaugural opportunity to commence the arduous process of recuperation from the profound catastrophe of Hattin. This monumental expedition, spearheaded by the most formidable monarchs of Western Europe, brought not merely crucial military reinforcements, but also vital financial resources and a fresh influx of recruits, enabling the order to painstakingly reconstruct its combat capabilities. King Richard the Lionheart of England, Holy Roman Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, and King Philip II of France each arrived with substantial military contingents and the requisite political authority to effectively coordinate complex military operations against Saladin's newly consolidated and expansive empire. The protracted siege of Acre emerged as the principal focus of Crusader endeavors to re-establish a secure foothold in the Holy Land. The Hospitallers actively participated in the grueling, 2-year-long siege, their skilled engineers contributing invaluable expertise in the intricate art of siege warfare, while their courageous knights engaged in the incessant skirmishes and direct assaults that characterized the prolonged military engagement. Moreover, the brothers promptly established essential field hospitals within the sprawling Crusader encampment, diligently treating the severe wounds inflicted by Muslim arrows, swords, and, critically, the rampant diseases that mercilessly afflicted medieval armies operating in unsanitary conditions far from their homelands. Master Garnier de Nablus conspicuously demonstrated the innate tactical flexibility that had long defined Hospitaller military leadership by astutely adapting the order's fighting methodologies to the harsh realities of siege warfare. Rather than relying exclusively on their traditional, powerful, heavy cavalry charges, the brothers underwent a significant transformation, learning to fight with formidable effectiveness as dismounted infantry. They expertly utilized crossbows, polearms, and specialized siege equipment to relentlessly assault Acre's formidable and resilient fortifications. This profound tactical evolution mirrored broader shifts occurring within medieval warfare, as military engineers progressively developed more sophisticated siege techniques and robust defensive systems. The fall of Acre in July 1191 signified the Third Crusade's most substantial triumph and furnished the Hospitallers with a crucial new operational base. The brothers immediately embarked upon establishing a hospital within the newly captured city, leveraging their extensive accumulated medical knowledge to provide care for both military casualties and the suffering civilian populations. However, the order's significantly reduced circumstances meant that their Acre hospital, although managed with commendable competence, simply could not replicate the grand scale and advanced sophistication of their former magnificent facility in Jerusalem. King Richard's subsequent military campaigns along the Palestinian coastline starkly illustrated both the potential and the inherent limitations of the Crusader military revival. The Hospitallers played a pivotal role in the stunning victory at Arsuf in September 1191, where their disciplined heavy cavalry charges decisively shattered Saladin's field army and profoundly reinstilled Christian confidence in their military prowess. Master Garnier de Nablus personally led his knights in this decisive assault that ultimately broke Muslim resistance. Their distinctive black surcoats emblazoned with white crosses, forming a recognizable and formidable formation that even Muslim chroniclers recalled with a measure of grudging respect. Nevertheless, the Third Crusade's ultimate inability to reclaim Jerusalem emphatically underscored the fundamental and irreversible shifts that had transpired in the strategic power balance between Christian and Muslim forces. Saladin's successful consolidation of Egypt and Syria under a unified command provided him with an unparalleled reservoir of resources and strategic depth that individual Crusader states simply could not hope to match. The Hospitallers pragmatically recognized that their future viability lay not in ambitious campaigns of reconquest, but rather in the patient and steadfast defense of the remaining Christian territories and the unwavering continuation of their charitable mission under increasingly precarious circumstances. The Order's astute adaptation to these challenging new realities necessitated substantial organizational restructuring, directly reflecting their diminished territorial holdings and constrained military capabilities. The brothers judiciously concentrated their dwindling resources on safeguarding the most strategically vital positions, while progressively abandoning less defensible outposts. Crac de Chevalier, a formidable bastion, remained firmly in Hospitaller hands, its colossal fortifications and critical strategic placement rendering it far too valuable to surrender without the application of truly overwhelming force. The cultivation of novel revenue streams became absolutely essential for the Order's continued survival, particularly after they forfeited the extensive landed estates that had historically sustained their extensive operations. The Hospitallers judiciously expanded their European holdings, establishing new commanderies across France, England, Spain, and other kingdoms. In these locations, they could generate vital income through agricultural rents, shrewd commercial investments, and generous donations from affluent patrons. These burgeoning Western properties thus evolved into the indispensable financial bedrock that enabled the Order to sustain their crucial Eastern operations, despite the significant territorial losses suffered in the Holy Land. The Fourth Crusade's controversial diversion to Constantinople in 1204 vividly highlighted the widening chasm between Western European priorities and the genuine pressing needs of the beleaguered Crusader states still clinging to existence. The Hospitallers, along with other Eastern military orders, increasingly found themselves isolated as European attention drifted towards other strategic objectives. The brothers skillfully maintained their precarious positions through astute diplomatic engagements with local Muslim rulers, forging tactical alliances with other Christian factions, and methodically developing a more overtly defensive military strategy. Throughout the entirety of the 13th century, the Hospitallers faced the relentless challenge of preserving their military effectiveness, even as their strategic position continued its inexorable decline. The emergence of the powerful Mamluk Sultanate in Egypt, under formidable leaders such as Baybars, presented them with adversaries who combined the formidable military acumen of their predecessors with vastly superior resources and an unwavering, resolute commitment to eradicating the remaining Christian presence in the Holy Land. Baybars, a brilliant strategist, possessed an understanding of siege warfare that rivaled any European engineer and demonstrated the strategic patience necessary to systematically reduce Crusader strongholds through meticulously planned and executed campaigns. The devastating loss of Crac des Chevaliers in 1271 represented a profound psychological turning point for the order. This magnificent castle, which had for over a century symbolized the pinnacle of Hospitaller military power, eventually succumbed to Mamluk forces after a protracted siege. This event unequivocally demonstrated the ultimate futility of static defense against determined enemies possessing overwhelming numbers and superior resources. The valiant brothers who had garrisoned the formidable castle fought with their characteristic, unwavering courage, yet their heroic resistance merely served to delay the inevitable rather than to prevent it. Master Hugh Revel, sagacious leadership during this era of incremental withdrawal profoundly showcased the order. Its remarkable capacity for adaptation in the face of shifting geopolitical currents, all the while steadfastly upholding their fundamental ethos and sacred mandate. Instead of indulging in quixotic acts of defiance that would have proven utterly ineffectual, Revel astutely prioritized the conservation of the Order's invaluable human capital and its portable assets. Concurrently, he meticulously negotiated the most advantageous terms attainable for those territories that had become strategically indefensible. This eminently practical methodology proved instrumental in enabling the Hospitallers to preserve their organizational coherence and structural integrity during a tumultuous epoch when less pliable institutions succumbed to the relentless pressures of the changing world, simply dissolving into obscurity. The final decades of the Brethren's presence in the hallowed precincts of the Holy Land witnessed their consolidation, primarily within the formidable walls of Acre and a select few other coastal bastions. Here, they diligently continued to render their indispensable hospital services, simultaneously contributing their martial prowess to the collective defense of the dwindling Crusader enclaves. The renowned Acre Hospital, meticulously reconstructed and substantially augmented throughout the 13th century, transcended its functional role to become an enduring emblem of the Order's unwavering dedication to their philanthropic calling, even amidst the catastrophic military reversals that had exacted such a devastating toll on their once vast territorial dominion. The epical Siege of Acre in 1291 stands as the definitive concluding chapter of the Hospitallers' storied experience within the Holy Land. Sultan al-Ashraf Khalil's colossal army, formidable in its sheer numerical strength and equipped with the most cutting-edge siege engines of that era, systematically dismantled the city's formidable defenses. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Christian garrison fought with the desperate ferocity of individuals who acutely comprehended that they were engaged in their ultimate valiant stand. Master Jean de Villiers, a figure of resolute courage, personally spearheaded the Hospitaller contingent in this final desperate defense. His intrepid knights engaged in a relentless struggle from the embattled walls and towering fortifications as the relentless Muslim siege engines mercilessly pounded the ancient bulwarks into desolate rubble. The calamitous fall of Acre on the 18th of May, 1291, irrevocably signaled the termination of 2 centuries of continuous hospitaller presence in the revered Holy Land. The valiant brethren, who miraculously survived the brutal final assault, seamlessly integrated into the mass evacuation of Christian civilians and military personnel. In doing so, they reluctantly abandoned the hospitals, the sacred churches, and the formidable fortifications that had inextricably shaped their very identity since the foundational era of Brother Gerard. Master Jean de Villiers, bearing the grievous wounds he had sustained during the relentless siege, sailed away from the sun-drenched Palestinian coast, profoundly aware that an entire monumental chapter of the Order's illustrious history had irrevocably concluded. The departing evacuation vessels bore not only the weary surviving brethren, but also the painstakingly amassed treasures, the hallowed relics, and the invaluable archives that collectively embodied the Order's profound institutional memory. These precious materials, meticulously safeguarded amidst the pervasive chaos of the evacuation, would subsequently furnish the indispensable bedrock for the Hospitallers' forthcoming phase of evolution and expansion. They embarked upon a determined quest for new territories where they could steadfastly perpetuate their dual mission of military service and compassionate charitable endeavors. The profound loss of the Holy Land, devastating as it was in its immediate impact, would ultimately prove to be not the absolute terminus of the Order's narrative, but rather the auspicious genesis of a fresh and equally extraordinary chapter in their annals. The Hospitaller galleys, bearing the indelible scars of battle, limped into the welcoming embrace of Limassol Harbor in the balmy summer of 1291. They carried with them the battered remnants of an order that, in essence, had forfeited almost everything save for its indomitable will to endure. Master Jean de Villiers, still in the arduous process of recuperating from the grievous wounds sustained during Acre's climactic siege, stood with a stoic demeanor upon the deck of the lead vessel as the distinctive limestone cliffs of Cyprus gradually emerged into view. The island's familiar silhouette offered a palpable sense of sanctuary, yet it simultaneously represented an inherently uncertain future for an organization that had meticulously defined its very existence through 2 arduous centuries of incessant warfare and profound charitable work in the sacred Holy Land. The weary brethren who disembarked at Limassol's bustling port carried with them not only painstakingly salvaged treasures, revered sacred relics, and invaluable institutional archives, but also the profound burden of loss. They had, in essence, forfeited the territorial foundation that had consistently underpinned their extensive operations since the venerable era of Brother Gerard. King Henry II of Cyprus extended a welcome to the displaced Hospitallers that was characterized by the calculated generosity of a monarch who astutely apprehended both the Order's considerable military value and the potential complexities their sustained presence might engender. The illustrious Lusignan dynasty had held sway over Cyprus since Guy of Lusignan's acquisition of the island from the Templars in 1192, and they had assiduously cultivated judicious relationships with the various formidable military orders that frequently utilized Cyprus as a crucial staging ground for their operations in the Levant. Nevertheless, the arrival of the entirety of the Hospitaller leadership, accompanied by their surviving complement of knights, sergeants, and essential support personnel, presented a formidable array of challenges that significantly transcended the mere provision of temporary hospitality. The immediate and pressing practical difficulties confronting the Order in Cyprus strikingly mirrored their complete and abrupt displacement from familiar territories and long-established operational routines. The Brethren had not only tragically lost their formidable castles and their essential hospitals, but also the extensive and intricate network of agricultural properties, lucrative commercial investments, and deeply rooted local relationships that had consistently sustained their multifaceted operations for generations. Master Jean de Villiers thus found himself at the helm of an organization that, while possessing substantial liquid assets meticulously salvaged from the fall of Acre, critically lacked the territorial base absolutely necessary to generate consistent, ongoing revenue or to effectively perpetuate their traditional military and charitable endeavors. The swift establishment of temporary quarters within Limassol starkly illuminated the order's significantly reduced circumstances, yet simultaneously demonstrated their characteristic and commendable organizational efficiency. The Brethren ingeniously rented numerous buildings throughout the sprawling city to accommodate their personnel and extensive equipment, deftly transforming ordinary merchant warehouses into makeshift, yet highly functional hospitals, and converting residential compounds into efficient administrative centers. The familiar and reassuring sight of black surcoated knights moving with purpose through Limassol's labyrinthine narrow streets provided a profound sense of solace to the local Christian populations. Concurrently, it served as an unequivocal declaration to potential adversaries that the Hospitallers, despite their significant territorial losses, remained an exceptionally formidable military power. The Order's initial monumental challenge in Cyprus involved the crucial task of redefining their institutional purpose, particularly in the absence of direct access to the revered Holy Land pilgrimage routes that had originally provided the foundational justification for their very existence. Brother Gerard's visionary conception of providing compassionate care for Christian pilgrims journeying to Jerusalem had historically furnished a clear and unwavering direction for the Order's charitable activities, while the defense of the embattled Crusader territories had imbued their martial evolution with profound military significance. Cyprus, however, offered neither pilgrims in substantial numbers nor frontiers demanding immediate and urgent defense, thereby compelling the Brethren to profoundly reevaluate fundamental questions pertaining to their core identity and overarching mission. Master Jean de Villiers deftly addressed these multifaceted challenges by emphatically underscoring the Order's unwavering commitment to vigorously combating Islam wherever and whenever opportune circumstances presented themselves, while simultaneously steadfastly upholding their charitable obligations to Christian populations dispersed throughout the broader Eastern Mediterranean region. Consequently, the Brethren established a fully operational hospital in Limassol that diligently served both the burgeoning local populace and the ceaseless influx of refugees desperately fleeing the relentless Mamluk advances in Syria and Palestine. This facility, though undeniably smaller in scale than their former magnificent hospital in Jerusalem, nevertheless conspicuously showcased the sophisticated medical knowledge meticulously accumulated over 2 arduous centuries of treating a myriad of battle wounds, pervasive diseases, and common injuries inherent to medieval military life. The intricate financial management required to sustain their extensive operations in Cyprus, particularly in the absence of reliable territorial revenues, necessitated significant and sweeping organizational reforms. Consequently, the Brethren meticulously developed more systematic and robust approaches to managing their extensive European properties, establishing regular and efficient communication channels with their various commanderies strategically located in France, England, Spain, and other influential kingdoms where they maintained substantial holdings. These extensive Western estates, previously regarded primarily as indispensable sources of recruits and vital supplies for their eastern operations, now assumed paramount importance, becoming the primary and indispensable foundation for the order's very survival and its ambitious future expansion. The intricate administrative structure that gradually materialized during the Cypriot period conspicuously reflected both immediate practical necessities and the order's progressively evolving international character. The innovative development of the Lang system, which meticulously organized members according to their national origins, provided an exceptionally robust framework for effectively managing the diverse backgrounds and myriad languages represented within the order's expansive ranks. The influential French Lang, faithfully reflecting the order's historical origins and the undeniable predominance of French nobles among its formidable leadership, meticulously maintained a ceremonial precedence while simultaneously sharing practical authority with the equally significant Italian, German, English, Spanish, Aragonese, and Provençal langues. Each distinct Lang meticulously elected its own pilier, or chief officer, who diligently represented their respective national groups' interests, while concurrently contributing specialized expertise to the order's overarching administration. The French pilier invariably served as the esteemed Grand Hospitaller, meticulously upholding the order's venerable medical traditions and its compassionate charitable activities. The Italian pilier held the prestigious position of Grand Admiral, a role that eloquently reflected Italian expertise in complex Mediterranean naval operations. The German pilier assumed the crucial role of Grand Bailiff, bearing direct responsibility for all fortifications and intricate engineering projects, while other piliers expertly managed specific and specialized aspects of military organization, complex logistics, and delicate diplomatic relations. This ingenious national organization system empowered the Hospitallers to effectively harness the diverse skills and rich resources of their extensive international membership, while meticulously maintaining a unified command structure and a singular, overarching purpose. Brethren hailing from different langues brought with them varying military traditions, invaluable commercial connections, and influential political relationships, all of which significantly enhanced the order's comprehensive capabilities. Furthermore, this sophisticated system also provided robust mechanisms for judiciously resolving disputes and effectively managing potential competition between national groups that might otherwise have fragmented the organization during its tumultuous period of displacement and profound uncertainty. The intricate relationship between the Hospitallers and Cyprus's entrenched nobility proved to be multifaceted and, on occasion, fraught with tension as both parties painstakingly adjusted to their new and evolving circumstances. The Cypriot aristocracy, predominantly composed of influential French families who had accompanied the Lusignan dynasty's ascent to power, viewed the formidable military orders with a complex mixture of profound respect and cautious suspicion. While acknowledging the invaluable strategic advantage offered by the order's formidable military prowess and extensive global network, the Cypriot monarchy, particularly King Henry II, harbored considerable apprehension regarding the potential ramifications of an independent military entity operating within his dominion. Such autonomous organizations threatened to undermine the monarch's supreme authority and disrupt the delicate equilibrium of the existing social stratification. In a nuanced endeavor to reconcile these divergent priorities, King Henry II meticulously crafted a policy framework that bestowed upon the Hospitallers certain distinct prerogatives and extensive landholdings, simultaneously imposing stringent constraints on their operational autonomy. Consequently, the Venerable Brothers were formally authorized by royal decree to establish their principal command center in the strategic port city of Limassol, alongside the unfettered liberty to pursue their long-standing philanthropic and spiritual endeavors across the breadth of the kingdom. Nevertheless, a crucial stipulation mandated that the Hospitallers meticulously synchronize their military campaigns with the royal administration and unequivocally recognize Cypriot suzerainty over all their undertakings within the kingdom's geographical confines. This intricate framework, designed to assert royal control, inevitably engendered persistent discord. The Hospitallers, accustomed to the considerable independence they had wielded in the fragmented Crusader states, struggled to conform to the more unified and centrally governed administrative paradigm prevalent in the flourishing Kingdom of Cyprus. The order's far-reaching international affiliations and considerable fiscal endowments afforded them a degree of leverage that frequently diverged from, and occasionally directly opposed, the reigning royal directives. Furthermore, their formidable martial prowess, while undoubtedly a valuable bulwark against external aggressors, simultaneously presented a latent peril to the internal security and overall stability of the Cypriot realm. A particularly acute point of contention arose from the order's extensive naval endeavors, as the brothers relentlessly pursued their objective of exerting continuous pressure upon Muslim-held territories through aggressive seaborne incursions and strategic commercial warfare. The Hospitallers commanded an extraordinary depth of knowledge and skill in the intricate domain of Mediterranean maritime operations, a proficiency meticulously honed over many decades through the complex orchestration of vital supply convoys, the strategic deployment of military contingents, and the maintenance of critical communication arteries connecting their disparate holdings. Their impressive fleet of galleys, featuring cutting-edge advancements in sail design, optimized rowing mechanisms, and formidable weaponry, demonstrated an imposing capacity to effectively engage and neutralize both Muslim trading vessels and fortified coastal outposts. Nonetheless, these assertive maritime operations invariably generated intricate diplomatic quandaries for the Kingdom of Cyprus, a realm that assiduously cultivated multifaceted and often delicate alliances with an array of Muslim potentates and influential Italian mercantile factions. Aggressive Hospitaller assaults on Muslim shipping lanes carried the inherent danger of instigating punitive retaliatory strikes against vulnerable Cypriot domains, thereby jeopardizing the kingdom's security. Concurrently, any disruption or interference with the lucrative trade routes plied by Italian merchant fleets threatened to unleash severe economic repercussions, a burden the nascent kingdom was scarcely equipped to shoulder. Consequently, King Henry II frequently found himself in the unenviable position of serving as an arbiter, striving to reconcile the Hospitallers' immediate military ambitions with the more expansive and often conflicting political and financial imperatives of the Cypriot state. The order's persistent endeavors to secure novel territorial possessions beyond the confines of Cyprus underscored their profound comprehension that enduring existence necessitated far more than a mere ephemeral haven. Under the astute leadership of Master Jean de Villiers and his subsequent successors, the Hospitallers initiated comprehensive and meticulous reconnaissance missions across the vast expanse of the eastern Mediterranean. Their objective was to identify potential domains capable of furnishing both significant strategic advantages and ample economic provisions, essential for sustaining future military campaigns. This rigorous analytical process meticulously prioritized islands and coastal territories that presented inherently defensible topographies, afforded convenient access to vital maritime trade arteries, and, crucially, possessed indigenous populations potentially amenable to the establishment of Christian governance. During their period of enforced residence in Cyprus, the island of Rhodes progressively distinguished itself as the unequivocally most propitious prospect for the Hospitallers' projected territorial aggrandizement. Situated with unparalleled strategic advantage at the confluence of the Mediterranean's principal maritime thoroughfares, Rhodes boasted a wealth of superb natural harbors, expanses of exceptionally fecund agricultural terrain, and an indigenous populace that, having endured numerous shifts in suzerainty, exhibited no profound allegiance to any singular governing power. While the island's defensive structures remained undeniably impressive, they nevertheless displayed discernible indications of disrepair and inattention under the waning Byzantine administration, suggesting that a successful subjugation could indeed be accomplished with meticulous planning and sufficient logistical provisions. The profound strategic deliberation that ultimately culminated in the momentous decision to target Rhodes unequivocally showcased the advanced military acumen and astute political foresight that had been instrumental in enabling the Hospitallers' survival through 2 arduous centuries of incessant conflict in the Holy Land. The sagacious brothers had clearly grasped that their future prosperity hinged not upon an quixotic endeavor to reconstitute their erstwhile sprawling territorial dominion, but rather upon the establishment of a more circumscribed and inherently defensible operational nucleus. Such a consolidated stronghold would effectively underpin their venerable dual mandate: relentless military engagement against Islamic forces and unwavering philanthropic succor to Christian communities. The comprehensive planning phase for the impending conquest of Rhodes encompassed an intricate tapestry of meticulous intelligence collation, astute diplomatic overtures, and sophisticated logistical orchestration, all of which leveraged the Order's extensive reservoir of accumulated expertise in complex military undertakings. Specially designated brothers, possessing intimate familiarity with Rhodes's formidable defensive structures, its nuanced political landscape, and its vital economic assets, furnished invaluable data. This crucial intelligence empowered Master Guillaume de Villaret, who had assumed the leadership mantle from Jean de Villiers in the year 1296, to formulate eminently pragmatic and achievable operational blueprints. Furthermore, the Order's expansive international network proved indispensable, facilitating access to a diverse array of naval vessels, essential provisions, and skilled military personnel, all indispensable components for the successful execution of an audacious amphibious landing and subsequent campaign. The intricate financial groundwork for the ambitious Rhodes campaign necessitated the scrupulous administration of the Order's substantial European income streams and the strategic divestment of assets deemed impractical for transport or sustained upkeep during protracted military engagements. The sagacious brothers systematically disposed of numerous landholdings, vigorously pursued the collection of outstanding pecuniary obligations, and painstakingly brokered significant loans. These concerted efforts were designed to amass the requisite liquid capital to fully outfit and provision an expeditionary force of sufficient magnitude and capability to not only subdue a heavily fortified island, but also to steadfastly defend it against the inevitable and multifaceted counteroffensives from a diverse array of adversaries. The meticulous recruitment of supplementary military and civilian personnel for the Rhodes Campaign unequivocally demonstrated the Order's sophisticated grasp of the multifaceted competencies indispensable for both the successful subjugation of territory and its subsequent effective governance. Although the revered Brother Knights undeniably constituted the formidable nucleus of Hospitaller martial might, the expeditionary contingent was thoughtfully augmented with a broad spectrum of specialists. This included seasoned professional soldiers, highly skilled naval experts, innovative engineers, astute administrators, and proficient craftsmen, whose specialized proficiencies would prove utterly vital for instituting robust and efficient governance across the newly acquired domains. This meticulously assembled, diverse force powerfully symbolized the Order's profound metamorphosis from an organization predominantly defined by its religious vocation into a highly intricate military and political power, fully equipped for autonomous territorial management. The monumental evolution of the Hospitallers, transitioning from a state of displaced itinerants to that of legitimate sovereign potentates, commenced with a meticulously orchestrated act of strategic dissimulation, an event destined to reshape the geopolitical contours of the Eastern Mediterranean. In the nascent days of spring in the year 1306, the sagacious Master Guillaume de Villaret dispatched a discreet vanguard contingent to Rhodes, entrusting its command to his nephew, Fulco de Villaret. The instructions accompanying this mission were crafted with exquisite precision, artfully veiling the Order's genuine expansionist objectives. The younger Villaret, adopting a clever guise, presented himself to the unsuspecting Byzantine administrators as a legitimate merchant, ostensibly intent on forging new commercial ties. Concurrently, his covert companions assiduously undertook a systematic and exhaustive reconnaissance, meticulously scrutinizing the island's formidable defensive installations, its vital economic assets, and its intricate political dynamics. In the pivotal year of 1306, Rhodes nominally persisted under the suzerainty of the Byzantine Empire, notwithstanding the fact that the imperial writ had demonstrably attenuated significantly in the aftermath of the Fourth Crusade's calamitous sack of Constantinople a full century prior. The island's incumbent governor, a functionary dispatched from the distant imperial outpost of Nicaea, presided over a garrison whose vigilance had noticeably waned, lulled into a state of complacency by years of unremarkable administrative duties and the scarcity of serious challenges to imperial dominance. The indigenous Greek populace, though adhering to Orthodox Christianity, harbored no profound fealty to Byzantine dominion, having instead grown accustomed to the de facto autonomy afforded by their geographical remoteness from the empire's central seat of power. The presence of influential Italian merchants hailing from the powerful maritime republics of Genoa and Venice, who diligently maintained bustling trading emporiums within Rhodes's commodious harbors, fostered a vibrant cosmopolitan milieu. This diverse atmosphere inadvertently served as an effective cloak, artfully concealing the clandestine preparations of the Hospitallers. Fulco de Villaret's meticulous intelligence-gathering mission brought to light a confluence of both propitious opportunities and formidable obstacles, elements that would undeniably dictate the strategic trajectory of the impending military offensive. Rhodes City, serving as the island's principal demographic nucleus and administrative hub, was strategically situated upon a naturally fortified promontory on the northern coastline, where venerable ancient harbors offered superlative anchorage for both thriving commercial fleets and formidable naval armadas alike. The city's impressive circumvallation, originally erected during bygone eras of Byzantine affluence, persisted as a formidable deterrent, integrating sophisticated defensive innovations. These included strategically positioned towers engineered to provide interlocking fields of fire and intricately designed gateways intended to funnel encroaching assailants into devastating killing zones. Nevertheless, a closer inspection revealed unequivocal indications of chronic neglect. Substantial segments of the ramparts were in urgent need of restoration, and crucial defensive apparatus had fallen into a lamentable state of disrepair. In stark contrast, the island's expansive rural territories presented a distinct array of strategic considerations for any prospective conqueror. Beyond its urban core, Rhodes was endowed with exceptionally fertile agricultural expanses, capable of sustaining a considerable populace alongside abundant natural resources. These included high-quality timber, perfectly suited for ambitious shipbuilding endeavors, and extensive stone quarries, which promised a steady supply of materials for future construction projects. The numerous scattered hamlets and farming communities interspersed across the verdant countryside were, by and large, only lightly fortified, their inhabitants primarily reliant upon the distant Rhodes city garrison for any meaningful defense against external incursions. This particular geographical arrangement of both population centers and vital resources strongly indicated that a decisive and successful capture of the island's principal city would, in practical terms, confer effective dominion over the entirety of the island. The invaluable military intelligence meticulously amassed during this crucial reconnaissance phase furnished Master Guillaume de Villeray with the foundational insights necessary to formulate an exhaustive operational blueprint. This sagacious plan was ingeniously designed to address not only the immediate and pressing exigencies of military subjugation, but also the intricate, long-term imperatives of effective territorial stewardship. The astute master profoundly recognized that the Hospitallers' enduring prosperity and ultimate survival hinged not simply on the audacious act of seizing Rhodes, but rather on the subsequent establishment of a robust and self-sustaining administrative apparatus. Such governance would be capable of reliably generating essential revenues, assiduously maintaining the island's defensive bulwarks, and consistently underpinning the order's ongoing martial campaigns against the formidable Islamic powers. The muster of military contingents for the Rhodes campaign vividly demonstrated the order's extraordinary capacity to orchestrate logistical efforts across expansive geographical spans and diverse sovereign territories. Chivalric brethren journeyed from preceptories and priories throughout Western Europe, arriving not only with their individual armaments, accoutrements, and personal attendants, but also bearing monetary endowments and subsidies that significantly defrayed the expedition's considerable expenditures. The French Langue furnished the most numerous detachment, reflecting both France's historical preeminence within the order and the kingdom's unwavering dedication to Eastern military operations. Notwithstanding the tragic fall of the Latin East, the Italian Langue's input demonstrated exceptional utility, owing to their profound proficiency in maritime warfare within the Aegean and Levantine waters, coupled with their extensive mercantile networks. These commercial connections provided access to traders and entrepreneurs who could supply essential vessels, provisions, and critical insights into geopolitical currents within the region. Genoese and Pisan vessels, secured via the extensive relationships cultivated by the Italian Hospitallers, furnished the logistical conveyance capabilities necessary to transport sizable martial contingents across the sea while ensuring sufficient provisions for prolonged engagements. These ships, equipped with the cutting-edge advancements in rigging arrangements and shipbuilding methodologies, were adept at carrying both equine warriors and heavy ordnance for fortifications, rendering them indispensable for effective seaborne invasion maneuvers. The German and English Langs, in turn, furnished highly specialized martial proficiencies that stemmed directly from their brethren's extensive experiences in the unique combat methodologies prevalent across the northern reaches of the continent. German brothers contributed sophisticated methods of reducing fortified strongholds and architectural and structural aptitudes, which would prove crucial for not only breaching formidable enemy ramparts, but also enhancing their own protective structures. English Hospitallers provided mastery of the longbow and crossbow, alongside strategic insights and operational acumen forged through their kingdom's persistent martial endeavors in Wales, Scotland, and France, where innovative armaments and strategic deployments were perpetually undergoing rigorous evaluation and enhancement. The commencement of the Grand Campaign from Cyprus in the summer of 1306 heralded the dawn of the Hospitallers' metamorphosis from a dispossessed and transient entity into an assertive sovereign power. The impressive spectacle of their formidable galleys and requisition transports leaving Limassol harbor, their black and white banners billowing majestically across the azure waters, proclaimed unequivocally to the diverse potentates of the Levant that the military order had rebounded with formidable resolve from the catastrophic events of the Acrean debacle of 1291 and was recommencing offensive actions against its historical antagonists. The sheer magnitude of their naval contingent and the palpable meticulousness of their readiness suggested capabilities that necessitated profound consideration from both potential allies and adversaries. The commencement of the offensive on Rhodes exemplified the advanced maritime invasion methodologies that the Hospitallers had meticulously honed over many generations of orchestrating martial endeavors over maritime divides. Fulco de Villeray, acting as the immediate operational leader while deferring to his uncle's supreme command, oversaw the disembarkation procedures that secured impregnable initial footholds, all while ensuring uninterrupted liaison with the naval armada and safeguarding the perilous undertaking of offloading horses, equipment, and supplies. The knight's extensive experience in the synergistic employment of diverse military branches, forged in innumerable confrontations across the Levantine territories, enabled them to harmonize the actions of mounted troops, foot soldiers, and seafaring units with extraordinary efficacy. The investment of the Rhodian metropolis commenced in August 1306 with the meticulous encirclement and isolation of the formidable Byzantine ramparts. Hospitaller engineers, leveraging an unparalleled repository of expertise amassed over 200 years of besieging strongholds, secured strategic emplacements, effectively severing the city's access to outside assistance, while simultaneously initiating the systematic degradation of its protective infrastructure. The Brethren erected formidable engines of war, including catapults and counterweight mechanisms, capable of projecting massive projectiles against the city's formidable stonework, while their arbalesters exerted unremitting duress on defenders attempting to mend breaches or orchestrate retaliatory sorties. The Byzantine garrison's defiance, though resolute, was plagued by inherent deficiencies that manifested conspicuously with the protracted nature of the engagement. The defenders were critically deficient in provisions essential for prolonged martial endeavors, having not foreseen confronting a highly disciplined and seasoned army capable of executing a methodical and sustained investment. Their armaments, regrettably neglected during a long period of civil governance, demonstrated an utter insufficiency for the rigors of pitched battle against formidably armed assailants. Of paramount significance, they could harbor no hope of succor from beyond their walls, as the Eastern Roman Empire possessed neither the maritime strength nor the terrestrial military wherewithal necessary to orchestrate successful relief expeditions. The mental and emotional dimensions of the siege held equal sway with the material components in shaping the ultimate resolution. The Hospitallers' renown for martial prowess and their unmistakable dedication to the undertaking persuaded a significant portion of the garrison that continued opposition was ultimately unavailing. The knights' exemplary conduct and their readiness to offer equitable capitulation agreements stood in stark and positive opposition to the brutal subjugation that often endured at the hands of alternative invaders in Byzantine domains, fostering a sensible acceptance of terms over a tenacious, hopeless struggle. The capitulation of the Rhodian stronghold in November 1306, following an investment spanning roughly 90 days, signified the inauguration of the Order's dominion over the island, a territorial sovereignty that would persist for more than 200 years. The ceremonial entrance of Fulco de Villaret into the subjugated metropolis underscored the Order's resolve to institute enduring administrative control, as opposed to executing a transient, plundering incursion. The Brethren swiftly commenced the re-establishment of municipal tranquility, safeguarding the island's indigenous inhabitants and erecting the requisite governmental frameworks for proficient insular administration. The institution of the Order's governance in Rhodes necessitated meticulous consideration of the heterogeneous spiritual and cultural groups that constituted the insular demographic. The predominant Greek Orthodox populace, though Christian, adhered to spiritual customs diverging markedly from the Roman Catholic faith, championed by the Hospitaller Brethren. The Hospitallers' methodology in addressing this complex situation drew upon their extensive prior experience administering varied peoples throughout their tenure in the Levant, where they had mastered the delicate equilibrium between unwavering spiritual tenets and the pragmatic exigencies of effective dominion. The demise of Grand Master Guillaume de Villaret in 1307, in the immediate aftermath of the triumphant occupation, precipitated a contentious leadership vacuum that challenged the foundational equilibrium of the Order's framework during this pivotal era of transformation. The ascension of Fulco de Villaret to the supreme magistracy ensured an uninterrupted trajectory of governance, while simultaneously provoking scrutiny regarding familial favoritism and the undue consolidation of authority within specific lineages. Nevertheless, Fulco's demonstrated martial aptitude and his profound understanding of the Rhodian geopolitical landscape rendered him the evident and indispensable candidate for solidifying the Order's freshly acquired insular dominion. The foremost imperative for the newly appointed Grand Master centered upon fortifying Rhodes against prospective retaliatory offensives from a multitude of adversaries poised to contest the Order's sovereignty. The Eastern Roman Empire, notwithstanding its diminished state, maintained titular assertions over the insular territory and could potentially endeavor to orchestrate reconquest initiatives. The burgeoning might of the Ottoman Turks in the Anatolian West, which propelled them into escalating proximity with the Aegean archipelago, constituted a more pressing and perilous menace to Latin hegemony over vital maritime outposts. Furthermore, a panoply of Italian mercantile republics and other influential Mediterranean entities could perceive the autonomous status of the Hospitallers as either a propitious opening or a formidable impediment to their respective mercantile endeavors and geopolitical ambitions. The extensive defensive enhancements initiated promptly subsequent to the island's subjugation underscored both the exigencies of immediate safety and the foresight of protracted military planning. The Order's master builders, collaborating seamlessly with indigenous artisans and foreign experts, commenced methodical augmentations to the Rhodian capital's protective infrastructure. The venerable circumvallations underwent comprehensive restoration and adaptation, integrating the cutting-edge innovations in martial construction, including superior emplacements for ordnance and augmented safeguards against formidable battering apparatuses, freshly erected bastions, designed in accordance with sophisticated mathematical precepts, offered interlocking arcs of destructive projectile trajectories that were capable of inflicting catastrophic harm upon assaulting contingents while simultaneously furnishing impregnable vantage points for the beleaguered. The erection of the formidable Palace of the Grand Masters embodied both an operational imperative and a profound declaration of the Order's autonomous suzerainty. Situated strategically within the Rhodian capital's impregnable enceinte, the sprawling palatial edifice functioned as the nexus of governance, the locus of stately pomp, and the final redoubt of protection in the event of a successful penetration of the city's perimeter fortifications. The edifice's architectural vernacular seamlessly melded Occidental Gothic motifs with indigenous Byzantine and Islamic design principles, forging a unique aesthetic mirroring the Order's cosmopolitan essence and its astute assimilation into the Levantine milieu. The magnificent Grand Hall of the palace possessed the capacity to host scores of esteemed visitors for solemn rites and festive assemblies, while its secluded apartments furnished fitting accommodations for the reigning Grand Master and eminent envoys from European monarchies and sister chivalric fraternities. The extensive compound incorporated numerous bureaucratic departments, where the Order's expanding administrative apparatus oversaw the island's civil administration, fiscal management, and international engagements with the diverse maritime potentates. Impregnable subterranean chambers within the palatial structure safeguarded the Order's accumulated riches, historical records, and vital strategic provisions, all indispensable for sustaining its multifaceted endeavors during periods of crisis or protracted warfare. The methodical enhancement of roads, as extensive harbor facilities, emerged as a pivotal factor in solidifying the island, its ascendancy as a preeminent Mediterranean naval power. The Knights Hospitaller, demonstrating foresight and strategic acumen, allocated considerable financial and logistical resources towards the ambitious expansion and modernization of the ancient port infrastructure. This monumental undertaking involved the meticulous construction of new, robust quays, capacious warehouses, and state-of-the-art shipyards, all engineered to proficiently support both burgeoning commercial endeavors and critical military operations. From these vastly improved maritime bases, the Order's formidable galleys could effectively execute their multifaceted missions, vigilantly patrolling vital shipping lanes, launching strategic raids against surrounding Muslim territories, and diligently maintaining uninterrupted communication with the myriad hospitaller properties dispersed across the vast expanse of Europe and the Mediterranean basin. The formidable naval capabilities meticulously cultivated and deployed from Rhodes heralded a profound and fundamental transformation in the Order's overarching military strategy and its operational priorities. While the valiant brothers steadfastly upheld their time-honored emphasis on the deployment of heavy cavalry and the formidable strength of land-based fortifications, they simultaneously cultivated and mastered a highly sophisticated naval expertise. This newfound maritime prowess empowered them to project their formidable influence and military might across considerable geographical distances. Consequently, hospitaller galleys, meticulously crewed by exceptionally experienced mariners and equipped with the very latest technological advancements in naval weaponry, rapidly garnered a fearsome reputation throughout the entirety of the Eastern Mediterranean, celebrated for their unparalleled efficacy in both direct military engagements and the strategic disruption of Muslim commercial shipping. The robust economic bedrock supporting this significantly expanded military might was meticulously forged through the systematic and comprehensive development of Rhodes's innate commercial potential. The island's inherently strategic geographical placement, acting as a crucial nexus at the convergence of major trade arteries linking Europe, Asia, and Africa, presented unparalleled opportunities for generating substantial and sustainable revenues. These vital funds were accrued through a diverse array of sources, including lucrative port fees, comprehensive customs duties, and astute commercial investments. The enterprising hospitallers assiduously cultivated and solidified extensive trading relationships with influential merchants hailing from various prosperous Italian city-states, while their own well-appointed vessels diligently transported a diverse array of goods between disparate Mediterranean markets and their numerous European landholdings. Concurrently, the meticulous agricultural development of Rhodes's fertile rural hinterlands furnished crucial additional economic resources, simultaneously guaranteeing a consistent and adequate supply of foodstuffs for the island's burgeoning populace. Hospitaller administrators, drawing upon their extensive experience, proactively introduced advanced farming techniques, significantly expanded and optimized existing irrigation systems, and actively promoted the cultivation of specialized cash crops specifically intended for export, thereby generating supplementary revenues. The Order's well-established expertise in the efficient management of diverse agricultural properties across Europe proved exceptionally invaluable in maximizing the productivity and yield of their newly acquired territorial holdings on Rhodes. The painstaking establishment of a sophisticated and remarkably efficient governmental structure within Rhodes unequivocally showcased the Order's profound evolution from its original identity as a predominantly military organization into a complex and fully sovereign state. While the Venerable Master unequivocally retained ultimate and absolute authority over all facets of governance, the practical, day-to-day administration of territorial affairs necessitated the appointment of highly specialized officials. These crucial individuals possessed indispensable expertise in diverse fields, such as intricate legal frameworks, complex financial management, nuanced diplomacy, and comprehensive civil administration. The ingenious Lang system provided an elegantly structured framework for judiciously distributing these multifarious responsibilities among eminently qualified individuals, concurrently safeguarding the order's inherently international character and effectively forestalling the undue dominance of any single national group or faction. The meticulously constructed judicial system that the Hospitallers painstakingly implemented in Rhodes profoundly reflected their acute understanding that truly effective governance extended far beyond mere military dominance. The sagacious brothers diligently established a comprehensive network of courts designed to competently address both civil and criminal matters. This sophisticated legal framework drew judiciously upon established legal traditions inherited from their European origins, while simultaneously demonstrating a remarkable adaptability to prevailing local customs and the pragmatic exigencies of governing a culturally diverse population. The Master's Court, positioned at the apex, presided over the most egregious cases and disputes directly impinging upon the order's specific privileges, whilst a network of lower courts efficiently managed routine civil matters, complex commercial disputes, and minor criminal offenses. Importantly, Greek Orthodox clergy retained specific jurisdiction over matters pertaining to marriage, inheritance, and other affairs traditionally governed by religious law, thereby creating a parallel legal system that respectfully acknowledged the population's religious autonomy while diligently upholding overall hospitaller authority. The monumental transformation of Rhodes into a formidable naval power was fundamentally initiated by systematic and far-reaching improvements to the island's intrinsic shipbuilding capabilities. Astute Hospitaller administrators keenly recognized that the sustained efficacy of their naval operations necessitated robust local construction and maintenance facilities, thereby obviating any perilous dependence on foreign shipyards, which could, under adverse circumstances, become entirely inaccessible during periods of conflict. Consequently, the visionary brothers meticulously established advanced shipyards within Rhodes's strategically located harbors. These state-of-the-art facilities were fully equipped to construct galleys meticulously crafted according to the most advanced Mediterranean designs of the era, seamlessly incorporating cutting-edge improvements in hull strength, innovative sail configurations, and optimized rowing arrangements, all meticulously engineered to maximize both unparalleled speed and formidable combat effectiveness. These meticulously developed maritime facilities strategically employed a cadre of highly skilled craftsmen, assiduously recruited from renowned shipbuilding centers such as Venice, Genoa, and other prominent maritime hubs. This deliberate influx of expertise fostered a rich and dynamic knowledge base, which, in turn, fueled continuous innovation and advancement in naval technology. Consequently, the galleys that emerged from Rhodes's advanced shipyards unequivocally represented the absolute vanguard of 14th-century naval warfare. These formidable vessels, typically spanning an impressive length of 120 to 140 feet, were crewed by a substantial complement of 150 to 200 men. This diverse crew included highly trained rowers, disciplined marines, and specialized personnel meticulously tasked with the intricate operation of the various sophisticated weapon systems on board. The formidable ships were strategically armed with powerful bronze cannons mounted prominently in their bows, providing a devastating frontal assault capability. Additionally, they carried large complements of skilled crossbowmen, whose steel-tipped bolts possessed sufficient penetrating power to pierce most contemporary armor at close range, rendering them exceptionally lethal. Furthermore, the incorporation of Greek fire projectors a potent incendiary weapon inherited from venerable Byzantine naval traditions, provided an additional layer of offensive capability. This formidable weapon proved particularly devastatingly effective against the wooden hulls of enemy vessels and the defensive structures of coastal fortifications. The rigorous training regimen meticulously devised for Hospitaller naval personnel seamlessly integrated traditional seamanship skills with highly specialized combat techniques, specifically tailored and developed for the unique and challenging conditions prevalent in the Mediterranean Sea. Rowers, primarily conscripted from Rhodes itself and other strategically important Greek islands under direct Hospitaller control, underwent intensive training to master the maintenance of precise timing and synchronized effort during extended periods at sea. Crucially, they were also rigorously drilled to achieve rapid bursts of acceleration and maneuverability during the critical moments of combat engagements. Marines meticulously practiced an array of boarding techniques, honed their skills in close-quarters combat utilizing a diverse arsenal of weapons, and perfected the intricate coordination essential for successful amphibious assault operations. Concurrently, officers received comprehensive instruction in advanced navigation, meticulous weather prediction, and the intricate tactical principles that fundamentally governed successful naval engagements within the often confined and challenging waters of the Aegean Sea. The judicious and strategic deployment of this formidable naval force eloquently reflected the Hospitallers' profound understanding of their intricate position within the complex and often volatile tapestry of Mediterranean politics and commerce. Rhodes's advantageous geographical location strategically enabled their galleys to effectively intercept crucial shipping routes, particularly those connecting the imperial city of Constantinople with the bustling port of Alexandria. This interdiction served a dual purpose. It significantly disrupted Muslim commercial activities, thereby undermining their economic strength, while simultaneously generating substantial revenues for the order through the capture of valuable enemy cargoes. The sagacious brothers meticulously cultivated sophisticated intelligence networks that consistently provided advanced warning of approaching merchant convoys, impending military expeditions, and critical political developments that held the potential to impact their meticulously planned operations. This invaluable intelligence, meticulously compiled through a synergistic combination of well-placed paid informants, crucial diplomatic contacts, and their own daring reconnaissance missions, proved instrumental. It empowered the Hospitallers to optimize the efficacy and strategic impact of their inherently limited naval resources, ensuring that every deployment was calculated for maximum effect and minimal waste. The first significant and definitive test of the Hospitaller naval capabilities materialized dramatically in the year 1317. During this period, formidable Ottoman forces aggressively attempted to establish permanent military bases on strategically vital islands situated in close proximity to Rhodes. The formidable Turkish commander, Umur Bey, had meticulously assembled a substantial and threatening fleet, which posed an imminent danger not only to Hospitaller territories, but also to the broader Christian presence and influence across the entire Aegean region. In a decisive and masterful display of leadership, Master Hélion de Villeneuve promptly responded to this grave threat by deploying the Order's entire available naval force in a meticulously coordinated campaign. This strategic maneuver unequivocally showcased their profound mastery of combined naval and amphibious warfare tactics, a testament to years of rigorous training and strategic planning. The pivotal engagement, fought bravely near the island of Chios, served as a dramatic revelation of the sophisticated tactical innovations that Hospitaller commanders had painstakingly developed. These innovations were the fruit of a careful and comprehensive study of both established Christian and Muslim naval traditions, leading to a truly hybridized and superior approach. Critically, rather than relying exclusively on the traditional ramming attacks that had characterized much of earlier Mediterranean naval warfare, the brothers shrewdly employed coordinated missile fire from multiple vessels. This preemptive strategy was designed to systematically weaken enemy formations before their galleys closed in for decisive close-quarters melee combat. Their formidable galleys operated with unparalleled precision in tight, disciplined formations, a tactical choice that maximized the devastating effectiveness of their concentrated crossbow fire. This formation also provided crucial mutual support, creating an impenetrable barrier against enemy boarding attempts. The battle's resounding outcome, a decisive and unequivocal Hospitaller victory that utterly scattered the formidable Ottoman fleet and resulted in the capture of several enemy vessels, irrevocably cemented the Order's burgeoning reputation as the premier Christian naval force operating within the strategically vital Eastern Mediterranean. However, the very expansion of Hospitaller naval operations, while militarily successful, regrettably brought them into escalating conflict with the deeply entrenched commercial interests of powerful Genoese and Venetian merchants. These influential Italian city-states viewed the Order's increasingly assertive maritime activities as direct and unacceptable threats to their long-established trading privileges and lucrative networks. The Italian city-states had, over many years, invested enormous capital and diplomatic effort into cultivating extensive Mediterranean commercial networks, which generated substantial profits through meticulously negotiated agreements with various Muslim rulers. Consequently, Hospitaller attacks on Muslim shipping profoundly disrupted these delicate arrangements, simultaneously creating complex political complications that held the potential to jeopardize vital Italian commercial privileges in crucial Egyptian and Syrian ports. This simmering conflict with Genoa escalated sharply in the year 1320, when Hospitallers captured a Genoese merchant vessel. The brothers staunchly claimed that the cargo on board had been illicitly purchased from Muslim pirates, thereby justifying its seizure. In response, the Genoese authorities vehemently demanded the immediate return of their cargo and comprehensive compensation for their substantial losses. Conversely, the Hospitallers steadfastly maintained their sovereign right to seize any goods that, in their judgment, might ultimately benefit Muslim military capabilities or contribute to their war efforts. This particular dispute vividly reflected the broader and deeply rooted tensions between competing religious motivations and powerful commercial imperatives, a dichotomy that profoundly characterized the intricate tapestry of Mediterranean politics throughout the entire 14th century. The adroit diplomacy that ultimately brought an end to this particular dispute vividly showcased the refined political acumen Hospitaller leaders had meticulously honed over countless decades, navigating intricate relationships with a diverse array of European and Mediterranean potentates. Master Foulques de Villaret, with astute discernment, recognized that the Order's enduring viability necessitated pragmatic accommodation with burgeoning Italian commercial interests, all while steadfastly upholding their foundational commitment to perpetual warfare against the forces of Islam. The meticulously crafted compromise agreement that materialized from these protracted discussions instituted clear protocols for systematically differentiating between legitimate mercantile endeavors and financial transactions that directly abetted Muslim military operations. This created a durable framework that significantly mitigated future discord, simultaneously safeguarding the essential tenets of both factions' core interests. The order's rapport with the Venetian Republic proved to be an even more intricate challenge, primarily owing to that powerful maritime state's formidable commercial empire, which extended deep into Muslim territories, and its sophisticated diplomatic traditions that invariably prioritized pragmatic accommodation over zealous religious confrontation. Venetian merchants had established an extensive network of trading posts across the entire eastern Mediterranean, including crucial facilities in bustling Alexandria, majestic Constantinople, and various prosperous Syrian ports. These strategic outposts generated truly enormous profits through the vibrant exchange of European manufactured goods for opulent Eastern spices, luxurious silks, and other highly coveted luxury products. These extensive commercial relationships inherently compelled Venice to meticulously preserve a careful neutrality in the frequent conflicts erupting between Christian and Muslim powers. This unavoidable stance consequently generated inherent friction with the Hospitallers' militantly anti-Islamic posture. The eventual resolution of these deep-seated Venetian Hospitaller tensions necessitated the direct intercession of the papacy and the painstaking negotiation of complex agreements that delicately balanced a multitude of religious, commercial, and geopolitical considerations. Pope John XXII's diligent diplomatic efforts culminated in the establishment of specific protocols that explicitly permitted Hospitaller naval operations targeting Muslim military assets, while simultaneously guaranteeing the inviolable protection of Venetian commercial vessels and their vital installations from any hostile action. These meticulously crafted agreements, though frequently tested by specific incidents and the ever-shifting tides of political circumstances, ultimately provided an enduring edifice of understanding that enabled both parties to pursue their essential interests without succumbing to incessant, debilitating warfare. However, the most formidable military challenge confronting the Hospitallers during this tumultuous epoch emanated from the Mamluk Sultanate's unwavering, systematic endeavors to eradicate the dwindling Christian presence across the eastern Mediterranean. Sultan al-Nasir Muhammad, who commanded the vast realms of Egypt and Syria from 1310 to 1341, possessed not only the immense military resources, but also the profound strategic vision indispensable for orchestrating sustained campaigns against Christian territories. His formidable forces had already completed the comprehensive conquest of the remaining Crusader states and had commenced extending the Mamluks' hegemonic influence deep into Anatolia and across the strategically vital Aegean islands. The climactic 1444 siege of Rhodes thus represented the culmination of these relentless Mamluk efforts to utterly destroy Hospitaller power and definitively eliminate their perennial threat to Muslim shipping lanes and vulnerable coastal territories. Sultan Jakmak meticulously assembled a truly massive expedition, comprising over 180 vessels laden with approximately 18,000 seasoned troops, alongside an impressive array of powerful siege engines, copious supplies, and the specialized personnel required for such complex, amphibious operations. The Mamluk fleet, under the command of highly experienced admirals who had conducted meticulous reconnaissance and studied Hospitaller defensive capabilities, approached Rhodes with systematically devised plans for reducing the island's formidable fortifications through a series of coordinated land and sea attacks. Master Jean de Lastic's prescient preparations for the anticipated siege eloquently reflected the unparalleled mastery of defensive expertise that the Hospitallers had accumulated through decades of arduous warfare, both in the Holy Land and on Rhodes itself. The brothers had dedicated years to diligently improving the island's formidable fortifications, constructing additional layers of walls, towering bastions, and advanced defensive positions that incorporated the cutting-edge developments in contemporary military engineering. The city's vital harbor was ingeniously protected by massive chains that could physically obstruct enemy vessels from gaining entry, while the imposing walls mounted powerful artillery pieces capable of engaging attacking ships at considerable distances with devastating effect. The siege commenced in earnest in July 1444, with Mamluk forces swiftly establishing strategic positions on the island's southern coast, while their powerful fleet simultaneously attempted to impose a suffocating blockade upon Rhodes's harbors. The initial assault concentrated its destructive power on the city's landward defenses, where Mamluk engineers deployed massive trebuchets and early cannon to relentlessly batter and breach the outer walls. Hospitaller defenders responded with their own precise artillery fire and orchestrated numerous coordinated sorties designed to disrupt enemy siege operations and inflict heavy casualties upon exposed attackers, thus demonstrating their fierce resistance. The valiant defense of Rhodes unequivocally exemplified the pinnacle of effectiveness achieved by the ingenious improvements the Hospitallers had made to medieval fortification design. The island's concentric wall system compelled attackers to meticulously overcome multiple formidable defensive lines, each meticulously protected by towering bastions that provided overlapping fields of devastating fire. The brothers had also ingeniously constructed clandestine underground passages, which enabled defenders to swiftly move between different sections of the fortifications without exposure to perilous enemy fire, while strategically placed, secure sally ports allowed for surprise attacks against the besieging forces. Crucially, sophisticated water systems and extensive food storage facilities nestled within the fortified area could sustain the garrison and the civilian population for extended periods of protracted resistance. The Mamluk assault on the harbor further unveiled the sheer sophistication of Hospitaller naval defensive preparations. The brothers had strategically positioned powerful artillery batteries on both sides of the harbor entrance, capable of concentrating devastating, interlocking fire on enemy vessels rashly attempting to force passage. Submerged impediments, including sharpened stakes and cunningly concealed rocks, created additional, perilous hazards for attacking ships, simultaneously channeling them into predetermined killing zones. Hospitaller galleys, securely harbored within the inner sanctuary of the port, could emerge suddenly to launch swift, decisive attacks against enemy vessels that had been damaged or disorganized by the formidable defensive preparations. The pivotal moment of the siege arrived in September, when a meticulously coordinated Hospitaller counterattack achieved resounding success, destroying several critical Mamluk siege engines and inflicting heavy casualties upon their operators. Master de Lastic, displaying unwavering resolve, personally led a daring sortie that penetrated deep into enemy positions, his knights fighting with characteristic discipline and ferocious courage, despite facing an overwhelming numerical disadvantage. the profound psychological impact of this successful and audacious attack, combined with the inexorable onset of autumn weather, which rendered continued siege operations increasingly difficult and perilous, ultimately convinced the Mamluk commanders that their costly expedition had unequivocally failed to achieve its strategic objectives. The Mamluk withdrawal in October 1444 thus marked a resounding triumph for the Hospitallers, a decisive victory that significantly enhanced their formidable reputation throughout Christian Europe. It served as an irrefutable demonstration of their exceptional ability to staunchly defend their territories against even the most formidable Muslim military forces. This successful defense attracted a substantial influx of dedicated aspirants to the order and generated considerable financial contributions from European nobles, who increasingly viewed the Hospitallers as the primary, unassailable bulwark against further Islamic expansion in the eastern Mediterranean. The victory also firmly established Rhodes as a potent symbol of Christian resistance, a beacon of defiance that inspired defensive efforts in other territories threatened by similar encroaching powers. The internal governance of Rhodes during this era eloquently reflected the Hospitallers' remarkable metamorphosis from a primarily military organization into a sophisticated sovereign state. The intricate administration of the island necessitated a delicate and careful balance between the order's sacred religious mission, their demanding military obligations, and the practical necessities inherent in governing a heterogeneous populace with diverse religious traditions, varied economic interests, and distinct cultural backgrounds. The Greek Orthodox majority, while accepting Hospitaller rule, was judiciously permitted to maintain their traditional religious practices and community structures under carefully negotiated arrangements that acknowledged their autonomy in spiritual matters, while simultaneously ensuring their unwavering loyalty to the overarching Christian cause. The enlightened pragmatism demonstrated in the treatment of Greek Orthodox subjects underscored the judicious stewardship that characterized Hospitaller governance throughout all their territorial holdings. The brothers astutely recognized that effective administration fundamentally required accommodation with local traditions and the indispensable cooperation of established community leaders, who possessed the intimate knowledge and crucial relationships necessary for maintaining civic order. Greek Orthodox clergy therefore retained jurisdiction over marriage, inheritance, and other matters traditionally governed by their religious law, while secular Greek leaders continued to manage local commercial activities and community affairs, albeit under the overall Hospitaller supervision. The robust economic development of Rhodes under Hospitaller rule fostered a flourishing economy that yielded considerable prosperity, benefiting both the ruling order and the local population. The brothers actively encouraged agrarian innovations and improvements that substantially increased crop yields and expanded the cultivation of diverse products, specifically destined for export to lucrative European markets. The island's strategic geographical location naturally positioned it as a bustling entrepot, a vibrant center for commercial activities that intricately connected European, Asian, and African trade networks. This generated considerable emoluments through port fees, customs duties, and the order's own shrewd commercial investments. The enduring dilemma of balancing military and charitable activities remained a central concern for Hospitaller leaders, who diligently sought to uphold their foundational mission while adapting to the complex realities of territorial sovereignty. The brothers steadfastly continued operating an extensive network of infirmaries in Rhodes City and other settlements throughout their territories, providing comprehensive medical care that incorporated the amalgamated medical wisdom gained through centuries of treating battle wounds, prevalent diseases, and the various ailments common to medieval populations. These vital facilities served not only the order's own personnel, but also local civilians, weary pilgrims, and transient travelers who required urgent medical attention, embodying the order's dual commitment to both martial prowess and compassionate care. The advanced medical proficiency cultivated by the Knights Hospitaller stood as one of their most invaluable contributions to the diverse territories under their stewardship. Their dedicated physicians, whose training encompassed extensive practical experience coupled with profound access to a rich tapestry of medical treatises from myriad traditions, possessed the remarkable capability to effectively diagnose and treat a spectrum of complex ailments and injuries that local practitioners often found profoundly challenging or utterly impossible to address. Within the order's sophisticated hospitals, one would discover meticulously equipped surgical facilities, dedicated pharmaceutical preparation areas for compounding bespoke remedies, and specialized wards thoughtfully allocated for distinct categories of patients, thereby establishing medical centers that demonstrably surpassed the prevailing healthcare benchmarks found across the majority of European realms of that era. On the crisp morning of May the 23rd, 1480, a profound and ominous sound, the resonant boom of Ottoman cannons, reverberated across Rhodes Harbor, signaling the imminent arrival of Sultan Mehmed II's formidable invasion fleet. This vast flotilla materialized on the distant horizon, resembling an encroaching tempest, casting a shadow over the otherwise brilliant azure expanse of the Mediterranean Sea. From his vantage point atop the majestic palace of the Grand Masters, Master Pierre d'Aubusson observed the unfolding spectacle. His aged hands clasped firmly around the rugged stone battlements as his gaze pierced through the lingering morning haze, taking in the approaching armada. What lay before him was nothing less than the zenith of Ottoman naval engineering and might, a colossal assembly comprising more than 160 diverse vessels. This included imposing galleys, their decks bristling with an array of bronze cannons ready for devastating broadsides, alongside agile galleots laden with disciplined Janissary troops, their distinctive crimson banners fluttering vigorously in the brisk sea breeze as they converged upon the island that had steadfastly functioned as Christianity's easternmost bastion for almost 200 years. Sultan Mehmed II, renowned as the formidable conqueror of Constantinople, strategically redirected his formidable military and political energies towards Rhodes, following the successful consolidation of Ottoman authority throughout the Balkans and the firm establishment of Turkish naval preeminence within the Black Sea region. The astute Sultan fully grasped that the ongoing naval activities conducted by the Hospitallers from their island stronghold represented an unceasing peril to vital Ottoman commercial shipping lanes and vulnerable coastal territories, frequently disrupting trade and projecting power. Furthermore, the island's exceptionally strategic geographical placement afforded Christian alliances a crucial platform from which to synchronize their efforts with various European powers intent on directly confronting and curbing Turkish imperial expansion. Consequently, the complete eradication of the Knights Hospitaller became an indispensable prerequisite for the realization of Ottoman ambitions for absolute and unchallenged dominion over the entire eastern Mediterranean basin. The Ottoman military contingent that converged upon Rhodes in the year 1480 constituted the most overwhelming and elaborately organized expeditionary force ever marshaled against the island. Messi Pasha, the meticulously chosen commander of this immense enterprise, had dedicated numerous months to the formulation of comprehensive strategic blueprints. These plans shrewdly integrated critical insights derived from prior Turkish siege campaigns and incorporated meticulously compiled intelligence concerning the specific defensive strengths and vulnerabilities of the Hospitallers. The Turkish army itself comprised an astonishing approximately 70,000 troops, a diverse and highly specialized fighting machine. This formidable force included the elite Janissary infantry, equipped with both the cutting-edge firearms of the era and their revered traditional weaponry, the versatile Sipahi cavalry, adept at both dynamic mounted combat on open terrain and specialized roles within siege operations, highly specialized artillery crews, rigorously trained in the deployment and operation of the colossal cannons that had demonstrated such devastating efficacy against the formidable walls of Constantinople, and, crucially, many thousands of dedicated support personnel, whose vital responsibility it was to ensure the continuous provision of supplies and the meticulous upkeep of equipment throughout what was anticipated to be protracted military engagements. The formidable array of siege engines accompanying this grand expedition unequivocally showcased the remarkably advanced state of Ottoman military technology during this period. Specialized Turkish foundries had meticulously engineered and cast cannons of truly unprecedented dimensions, among which were several colossal bombards, designed with the singular purpose of propelling immense stone projectiles, each weighing in excess of 600 pounds, with devastating force against even the most robust fortified walls. These monumental armaments, necessitating transport aboard custom-built vessels and requiring the combined strength of multiple teams of oxen to painstakingly maneuver them into their strategic firing positions, represented the absolute zenith of 15th-century siege warfare capabilities. Furthermore, the Ottomans deployed a complement of smaller, more agile cannons. Though less gargantuan, these weapons were nonetheless devastatingly effective, offering enhanced maneuverability and the tactical advantage of being positioned to deliver sustained, concentrated bombardment upon specific defensive emplacements, all while being relatively shielded from the retaliatory fire of the defender's own artillery. Master d'Aubusson's meticulous preparations for the impending siege were a direct reflection of both his considerable personal military experience and the profound, collective defensive expertise painstakingly amassed by the Hospitallers over many decades of relentless warfare. Hailing from French nobility, born around the year 1423, d'Aubusson had embarked upon his journey with the order as a young man. He subsequently ascended through its echelons with remarkable speed, distinguishing himself through exceptional competence, displayed in both martial leadership and intricate administrative responsibilities. His pivotal election as master in 1476 thus installed a leader who uniquely unified a visionary strategic outlook with the indispensable hands-on expertise critically necessary for the intricate coordination of complex defensive operations. The formidable fortifications over which Master d'Aubusson presided stood as the crowning achievement of nearly 2 centuries of uninterrupted enhancement and astute adaptation to the perpetually evolving landscape of military technologies. The formidable walls encircling Rhodes City, whose foundational elements dated back to the Byzantine era, had been meticulously and systematically upgraded by each successive Hospitaller administration. These enduring structures seamlessly integrated the most sophisticated defensive attributes accessible to 15th-century military engineers. The outer defensive perimeters, imposing in their dimensions, extended to a height exceeding 40 feet and boasted a formidable thickness of 12 feet. They were meticulously constructed from colossal limestone blocks, specifically chosen for their inherent capacity to absorb tremendous concussive punishment from relentless artillery bombardment without compromising structural integrity. Strategically integrated projecting towers, meticulously positioned at consistent intervals along the extensive length of the walls, afforded overlapping fields of devastating fire. These bastions were capable of annihilating attacking forces by concentrating intense volleys, while simultaneously providing exceptionally secure and elevated platforms for the defending garrison. The comprehensive defensive preparations that Master d'Aubusson had diligently overseen and implemented throughout his 4-year tenure, as master unequivocally showcased his profound comprehension of the dynamically evolving character of siege warfare. Indeed, the widespread introduction and increasing sophistication of gunpowder artillery had fundamentally recalibrated the traditional balance of power between besiegers and besieged, thereby necessitating entirely novel approaches to the design of fortifications and the deployment of defensive tactics. Under the master's astute direction, significant efforts had been dedicated to the construction of innovative additional earthworks. These ramparts of compacted earth and rubble were specifically designed to absorb the immense kinetic energy of cannon fire with far greater efficacy than traditional stone walls, mitigating structural damage and reducing casualties. Concurrently, new, strategically concealed artillery positions were established within the existing fortifications, empowering the defenders to engage and neutralize enemy batteries at extended ranges. This capability allowed for preemptive counter-battery fire, disrupting Ottoman bombardment plans and protecting the city's vital defensive infrastructure. The human resources constituting the defensive complement available to d'Aubusson presented a unique blend, simultaneously illustrating the order's inherently international character and the practical limitations imposed by their isolated island location. The corps garrison comprised approximately 600 brother knights, each a representative from all the major langues or linguistic divisions of the order. These dedicated warriors brought with them a rich tapestry of specialized military proficiencies, unique tactical approaches, and bespoke equipment, all honed in their respective European homelands, thus forming a truly diverse and highly capable fighting force. The French knights, constituting the most numerous single contingent within the order, were instrumental in providing formidable heavy cavalry capabilities and an invaluable depth of expertise in the intricate art of siege warfare, skills meticulously honed through their kingdom's continuous military campaigns across Europe. Their Italian brethren, hailing from a dynamic and competitive city-state environment, contributed unparalleled naval expertise and a sophisticated understanding of advanced artillery techniques, reflecting the cutting-edge military innovations of their homeland. Meanwhile, the German and English knights brought to the defense specialized knowledge in the precise application of crossbow tactics and intricate defensive engineering principles, which proved to be exceptionally valuable in the meticulous preparations for what promised to be protracted and arduous siege operations. The civilian populace of Rhodes, numbering approximately 7,000 inhabitants, presented a dual aspect for the defending garrison, serving as both a crucial asset and a significant responsibility. the predominantly Greek Orthodox majority, while steadfastly adhering to their distinct religious traditions and cultural practices, had over decades cultivated a profound allegiance to Hospitaller rule. This loyalty stemmed from the order's consistent provision of equitable administration and unwavering protection against various external threats. Crucially, these local civilians possessed an intimate and invaluable knowledge of the island's intricate geography, its vital natural resources, and numerous potential defensive positions, insights that could prove utterly indispensable during the arduous realities of extended siege operations. Nevertheless, the sheer presence of this substantial civilian population within the confines of the fortified city inevitably introduced inherent complications and considerable logistical challenges. These included the immense strain on vital provisions, the pressures on the limited healthcare infrastructure for medical treatment, and the persistent imperative of preserving collective morale throughout what was widely anticipated to be an arduous and perilous confrontation of extended duration. The commencement of hostilities, marking the initial Ottoman assault, occurred on July 28, 1480, with a meticulously synchronized artillery barrage launched from both land-based and naval positions. This coordinated offensive immediately underscored the sophisticated tactical planning that had become a distinguishing hallmark of Turkish military operations ever since the formidable rise to power of Sultan Mehmed II. From the strategic high ground of the hills overlooking Rhodes City, colossal cannons commenced a relentless and methodical bombardment, specifically engineered to shatter the outer defensive walls and carve out practicable breaches suitable for subsequent infantry assaults. Concurrently, a formidable fleet of Ottoman galleys, strategically positioned within the harbor, unleashed their own devastating artillery attacks directly upon the seaward fortifications. This naval assault served a crucial tactical objective: to fragment the defenders' attention and thereby preclude them from concentrating their limited forces decisively against any single point of attack. The uninterrupted cacophony of the combined bombardment, a profound and continuous thunder, resonated for miles across the surrounding sea, creating an incessant psychological strain that severely tested the resolve of both the embattled defenders and the terrified civilians seeking refuge within the city's confines. Each colossal stone projectile hurled by the Ottoman cannons struck the ancient walls with devastating kinetic energy, generating immense impacts that sent plumes of pulverized limestone dust and shattered masonry cascading violently into the streets below. Far from achieving its intended effect, the relentless psychological impact of this incessant bombardment, which was calculated to erode defender morale and coerce a swift capitulation, paradoxically appeared to fortify the Hospitaller resolve. Instead of succumbing to despair, the Brother Knights and their steadfast supporters were galvanized by a grim realization: their very survival, and indeed the fate of Christendom's eastern bulwark, hinged entirely upon their capacity for unwavering and successful resistance against the overwhelming Ottoman onslaught. Master d'Aubusson's strategic counter-response to the relentless Ottoman bombardment served as a powerful testament to the sophisticated defensive innovations that the Hospitallers had meticulously cultivated and refined throughout their long and arduous history of siege warfare. Eschewing the impractical goal of attempting to entirely prevent all damage to the formidable fortifications, the sagacious master instead adopted a pragmatic approach. He strategically prioritized maintaining the wall's fundamental structural integrity while concurrently overseeing the meticulous preparation of secondary defensive positions and interior lines of resistance, specifically designed to ensure that the defense could be sustained and continued with vigor even in the dire event that the outer walls were ultimately breached. In a remarkable display of communal effort, dedicated teams of civilian volunteers were mobilized. Working tirelessly under the expert guidance and precise direction of Hospitaller engineers, they labored unremittingly to repair the extensive damage inflicted by the ceaseless artillery bombardment. Simultaneously, these industrious teams were engaged in the crucial task of constructing additional earthworks and redoubts, strategically positioned to absorb and dissipate the force of subsequent bombardments, thereby reinforcing the city's defenses against the relentless Turkish assault. The first truly significant Ottoman ground assault was unleashed on August 9th, following a grueling 2 weeks of intensive, continuous bombardment that had successfully created several critical breaches and discernible gaps within the outer defensive curtain of roads. Elite Janissary infantry, forming the vanguard of the attacking force, were powerfully supported by the formidable Sipahi cavalry and various diverse auxiliary contingents. This combined force advanced aggressively and converged on multiple points along the fortifications in a meticulously coordinated attack. The strategy was unequivocally designed to inundate the defenders through sheer overwhelming numerical superiority and by exerting simultaneous, crushing pressure on disparate sections of the defensive perimeter, aiming to fracture their resolve and break their lines. The initial offensive commenced prior to daybreak, with Turkish forces leveraging the obscurity of the early hours to approach the formidable ramparts and meticulously position their scaling ladders and other essential assault apparatus. The subsequent Hospitaller defense against this initial significant onslaught vividly showcased both their profound tactical acumen and the meticulous efficacy of their prior defensive preparations. Grand Master d'Aubusson had astutely deployed his comparatively limited contingent of troops to maximize their impact, strategically concentrating the elite Brother Knights at the most critically vulnerable points, while judiciously assigning civilian volunteers and auxiliary contingents to safeguard the less exposed secondary positions. The venerable master himself engaged directly in the heart of the fierce engagements, his distinctively crafted armor and heraldic surcoat rendering him conspicuously identifiable as he traversed various segments of the wall. His tireless movements served to orchestrate the defensive maneuvers and to vigorously buoy the spirits of his dedicated adherents. The unyielding, close-quarters combat that defined this particular assault provided a stark and unvarnished illustration of the brutal realities inherent in medieval siege warfare. Valiant Hospitaller knights, wielding an array of swords, formidable maces, and long-reaching polearms, directly confronted and clashed with Turkish soldiers who had successfully ascended the walls or managed to infiltrate through sections that had been breached. The cramped confines atop the robust fortifications engendered a tumultuous and frenzied melee, a desperate struggle where individual prowess and sheer bravery frequently dictated the very outcome of survival. The brothers' superior quality armor and their finely crafted weaponry afforded them considerable advantages in the intensely personal close combat, whilst their rigorous, disciplined training empowered them to steadfastly maintain their fighting formations and provide crucial mutual support, even when subjected to the most extreme and relentless pressure. The successful repulsion of this initial Turkish offensive a feat accomplished only after several arduous hours of unrelenting battle, delivered a pivotal psychological triumph for the resolute defenders, simultaneously impressing upon the Ottoman forces that the island stronghold of Rhodes would not capitulate with ease. Turkish casualties, estimated conservatively at exceeding 2,000 fatalities and wounded, constituted a substantial detriment for an expeditionary force that had initially anticipated securing victory through a swift and decisive assault. This unexpected setback also brought to light inherent deficiencies within Ottoman siege methodologies and their operational coordination, weaknesses that d'Aubusson, with his strategic foresight, could potentially exploit in his meticulous planning for subsequent enemy incursions. Consequently, the siege evolved into a predictable rhythm characterized by incessant artillery barrages, intermittently punctuated by renewed assaults, as both opposing factions diligently refined and adapted their respective tactics in response to the unfolding realities of the protracted confrontation. Mesih Pasha, having discerned that direct frontal assaults had indeed proven prohibitively expensive in terms of manpower and resources, strategically pivoted towards a different approach. His revised strategy focused on a systematic reduction of the defenses, relying predominantly on sustained artillery bombardment to progressively erode both the structural integrity of the fortifications and the morale of the defenders. This particular methodology necessitated colossal volumes of gunpowder and an immense supply of ammunition, thereby placing an extraordinary strain on the already tenuous Ottoman supply lines, which snaked across hundreds of miles of either hostile or hotly contested territories. The sheer magnitude of the logistical impediments confronting the Ottoman expeditionary force grew increasingly pronounced and problematic as the siege inexorably extended into the colder months of autumn. The vast Turkish army demanded prodigious daily quantities of foodstuffs, potable water, essential ammunition, and myriad other provisions, all of which had to be laboriously transported by sea from distant logistical hubs situated in Anatolia and the Balkans. In a shrewd countermove, Hospitaller naval contingents, operating stealthily from cleverly disguised bases nestled among nearby islands, executed relentless and persistent raids against Ottoman supply convoys. These audacious operations succeeded in sinking numerous merchant vessels and confiscating invaluable cargoes, actions which systematically diminished the operational capabilities of the beleaguering army. Grand Master d'Aubusson's meticulous coordination of these vital naval operations, remarkably from within the confines of the besieged city, served as irrefutable proof of the sophisticated communication networks that the Hospitallers had assiduously developed across their scattered island territories, utilizing a diverse array of signal fires, swift messenger pigeons, and nimble small boats capable of navigating between islands under the protective shroud of darkness. The esteemed master assiduously maintained continuous communication with Hospitaller forces strategically dispersed throughout the Aegean Sea, meticulously coordinating their diverse activities to exert maximum disruptive pressure on the vulnerable Ottoman supply arteries. These naval operations, though individually modest in their scale, collectively generated profound and intractable difficulties for the Turkish commanders, who repeatedly found their precious resources continually depleted by unavoidable losses that they were largely powerless to prevent or adequately replenish. The climactic and decisive assault of the 1480 siege finally materialized on September 9th, a fateful day when Mesih Pasha, in a desperate gamble, committed his dwindling remaining reserves in a final, all-or-nothing attempt to seize control of Rhodes before the onset of severe winter weather rendered any further military operations utterly impracticable. This monumental offensive, involving an overwhelming force of over 40,000 troops advancing simultaneously against multiple designated points along the extensive fortifications, stands as the single largest military operation ever orchestrated against the island. The ferocious assault commenced with an unprecedented and thunderous artillery bombardment that persisted relentlessly for a grueling 6 hours, systematically reducing substantial sections of the outer wall to mere rubble and generating immense, suffocating clouds of dust and smoke that profoundly obscured the entire battlefield. The ensuing combat, a maelstrom of violence and desperation, pushed both combatant sides to the absolute limits of their physical endurance and unwavering resolve. Turkish regiments, pressing forward through the newly created breaches in the walls and clambering over scaling ladders, were met with a ferociously desperate resistance from the stalwart defenders. These hospitaller warriors grimly understood that capitulation would not merely signify their own certain demise, but also herald the definitive end of any Christian presence in the strategically vital Eastern Mediterranean. Grand Master d'Aubusson, grievously wounded by an arrow that had pierced his protective armor, continued to command and direct the defense with unyielding resolve, despite bleeding profusely. His extraordinary personal example served as a powerful catalyst, inspiring continued and fervent resistance even when the dire situation appeared utterly hopeless. The crucial turning point in the battle emerged when a meticulously coordinated hospitaller counterattack, personally spearheaded by the master himself despite his debilitating injuries, successfully managed to reclaim a vital section of the wall that Turkish forces had briefly managed to occupy. The deeply symbolic sight of d'Aubusson's distinctive banner once again unfurling triumphantly over this critically important position profoundly invigorated the beleaguered defenders, while simultaneously inflicting a devastating blow to the morale of the Ottoman troops, who, moments earlier, had been convinced that victory was firmly within their grasp. The profound psychological repercussions of this dramatic reversal, coupled with the staggering casualties sustained and the undeniable approach of the harsh winter weather, ultimately persuaded Messi Pasha that continuing the siege operations was no longer a viable or prudent course of action. The subsequent Ottoman withdrawal in October 1480 therefore marked one of the most consequential Christian victories of the 15th century and indelibly cemented d'Aubusson's formidable reputation as one of the era's most brilliant and effective military commanders. The triumphant defense had exacted a heavy toll on the Turks, costing them an estimated 9,000 casualties and an enormous quantity of invaluable equipment and essential supplies. More significantly, it unequivocally demonstrated that even the most formidable and powerful Muslim armies could be decisively defeated by a determined and unyielding Christian resistance. This pivotal victory subsequently attracted a surge of new recruits and a substantial influx of financial support from across Christian Europe, thereby empowering the Hospitallers to immediately commence comprehensive preparations for the inevitable future Ottoman return. The subsequent 20-year interlude between these two momentous sieges was characterized by a series of systematic and concerted efforts undertaken by successive Grand Masters to significantly enhance Rhodes's already formidable defenses and meticulously prepare for any renewed Ottoman assault. D'Aubusson, who had been elevated to the prestigious rank of cardinal by Pope Innocent VIII in explicit recognition of his heroic defense, skillfully utilized his newly acquired and amplified political standing to secure increased and vital support from various European powers. These powers, recognizing the profound strategic importance of maintaining Christian control over the pivotal island of Rhodes, responded favorably. The master's astute diplomatic endeavors yielded substantial financial contributions, cutting-edge military equipment, and invaluable technical expertise, all of which facilitated comprehensive and far-reaching improvements to the island's intricate fortifications. The extensive reconstruction program that was initiated following the 1480 siege ingeniously incorporated critical lessons gleaned during the harrowing Ottoman assault and simultaneously reflected the most advanced developments in military engineering that had emerged across Europe during the latter half of the 15th century. The sections of the wall that had sustained damage were meticulously rebuilt using innovative and improved techniques specifically designed to more effectively withstand intense artillery bombardment. Concurrently, new bastions were strategically constructed, adhering to the very latest Italian designs, which provided significantly enhanced fields of fire and superior protection for the defending artillery emplacements. The crucial harbor defenses received particular and urgent attention, with the installation of robust new chain barriers and strategically positioned artillery batteries capable of preventing hostile enemy vessels from dangerously approaching the city's vulnerable seaward access points. The remarkable enhancement of Rhodes's artillery capabilities during this pivotal period clearly underscored the Hospitallers' astute recognition that a successful defense against any future Ottoman aggressions would necessitate not only effective counter-battery fire, but also the crucial to engage enemy ships at extended and decisive ranges. To achieve this, the diligent brothers established sophisticated foundries within the city, capable of casting formidable cannons engineered according to the most advanced European designs of the era. Simultaneously, they actively recruited highly experienced artillerymen from a diverse array of European armies, individuals who could expertly train Hospitaller personnel in the intricate and advanced techniques of gunnery. These meticulous and comprehensive preparations fundamentally transformed Rhodes from what was primarily a passive defensive position into a dynamic and active artillery fortress, powerfully capable of projecting significant and deterrent firepower against any attacking forces. The demise of Pierre d'Aubusson in 1503 truly marked the conclusion of an illustrious era for the Hospitallers, and concurrently precipitated significant succession challenges, occurring precisely during a period when Ottoman power was ascendant and reaching unprecedented new heights under the formidable Sultan Bayezid II and his equally ambitious successor, Selim I. The subsequent election of Emery d'Amboise as the new Grand Master provided a welcome measure of continuity in the ongoing defensive preparations. However, the Venerable Order found itself confronting escalating pressure emanating from multiple directions, as Ottoman expansion relentlessly accelerated and, regrettably, European support became increasingly unreliable due to persistent and internecine conflicts among the various Christian powers. The ascension of Suleiman I to the Ottoman throne in 1520 brought to power a sultan who remarkably combined the profound military genius of his illustrious grandfather, Mehmed II, with significantly enhanced imperial resources and access to more advanced military technology. Suleiman's initial campaigns in Hungary and the Balkans served as compelling demonstrations of his exceptional capacity to conduct intricate military operations across vast geographical distances, all while meticulously maintaining the vital logistical support indispensable for sustained and arduous siege operations. His focused attention on Rhodes represented not merely a continuation of the relentless Ottoman expansionist policy, but rather a deeply personal challenge for him to unequivocally prove himself worthy of the glorious legacy of his celebrated predecessors. The Ottoman expedition marshaled in 1522 vastly eclipsed the contingents that had assailed Rhodes 4 decades prior. Sultan Suleiman's formidable army comprised over 100,000 troops, augmented by 400 vessels transporting formidable siege machinery, essential provisions, and the expert operatives indispensable for intricate maritime assaults. The Sultan had assiduously assimilated lessons from Messi Pasha's earlier missteps, diligently honing more advanced siegecraft and guaranteeing robust supply networks for protracted campaigns. The arsenal of heavy ordnance accompanying this grand expedition featured cannons of a scale and quantity unprecedented, potent enough to dismantle the most resilient bastions through unremitting barrages. Master Philippe Villiers de l'Isle Adam, appointed to leadership in 1521, assumed direction of an institution that had judiciously maximized the preceding years for preparation, yet still confronted insurmountable challenges. The Hospitaller defensive contingent comprised roughly 700 brother knights, buttressed by several thousand ancillary combatants and non-military adherents. While the island's defensive structures, notwithstanding incessant enhancements, remained inherently susceptible to the colossal cannonades Suleiman was poised to deploy. Villiers de l'Isle Adam's tactical evaluation discerned that a triumphant stand would necessitate a blend of martial proficiency and statesmanlike subtlety to negotiate the least onerous conditions, were opposition to become untenable. The ultimate blockade of Rhodes commenced on June 26, 1522, with an Ottoman landing that unfolded with systematic exactitude, underscoring Suleiman's meticulous foresight and abundant provisions. Turkish forces secured firm toeholds on the shore, while their naval contingent sealed off the island's harbors, foreclosing all avenues for outside succor or withdrawal. The subsequent beleaguering maneuvers showcased the progression in Ottoman martial capacities since 1480, integrating enhanced cannonry methods, more intricate sapping strategies, and superior synergy between various armed divisions. The orchestrated cannonade that began on July 28, 1522, eclipsed all prior instances observed in Mediterranean naval and land conflicts. Suleiman's heavy gun emplacements, situated atop meticulously constructed earthen fortifications encircling Rhodes City, featured ordnance capable of propelling missiles exceeding 800 pounds in mass with ruinous precision. The Sultan had enlisted expert artillerists from throughout the vast Ottoman dominion, notably Hungarian savants apprehended during recent military engagements in the Balkans, who held profound insight into continental defensive architecture. These specialists orchestrated a barrage aimed at specific architectural frailties in the Hospitaller defenses, focusing their volleys upon intersections of ramparts, portal access points, and base structures of defensive turrets, where the greatest destructive impact could be realized. Master Villiers de l'Isle Adam orchestrated the defensive operations from his headquarters, situated inside the Grand Master's residence, ensuring connectivity across various segments of the defensive perimeter through an intricate network of couriers and visual signals. The master's morning regimen commenced prior to sunrise with scrutiny of the ramparts, evaluation of nocturnal destruction, and management of restoration endeavors that persisted amidst incessant cannonades. Villiers de l'Isle-Adam's managerial approach diverged significantly from his forerunner d'Aubisson's valorous individual display. Rather, his emphasis lay upon methodical structuring and prudent allocation of assets that was capable of prolonging defiance throughout the protracted duration this blockade would evidently demand. The asymmetry in military technology between the contending armies manifested itself within the initial fortnight of shelling. Ottoman cannons, fabricated in cutting-edge metallurgical workshops using methods honed over generations of beleaguering operations, were capable of maintaining continuous rates of discharge that incrementally disintegrated even the most robust stonework. The Turkish cannon emplacements, shielded by intricate earthen fortifications and situated outside the operational reach of the Hospitaler's retaliatory artillery, functioned with near-total immunity while progressively diminishing the city's fortification strengths. Each day yielded discernible advancement as segments of rampart disintegrated beneath the incessant barrage, forming fissures that would ultimately transform into viable openings for ground troop offensives. The reaction of the Knights Hospitaller to this dominant cannonry advantage showcased both their strategic flexibility and the constraints inherent in their cut-off state. Brother Knights and civilian volunteers toiled incessantly to mend destruction, utilizing debris from demolished structures to plug fissures in the ramparts and erecting ancillary strongholds behind sectors most exposed to artillery barrages. The defenders devised novel methods for cushioning artillery impacts, such as the deployment of timber structures packed with soil and rocks that were capable of rapid deployment to obstruct openings or bolster compromised segments of the ramparts. The toll on human lives from sustaining these resistance endeavors grew evident as the blockade advanced across the warmer seasons. Losses among the Knights Hospitaller accrued consistently due to cannonades, marksman assaults, and the unrelenting corporeal exertions of restoration efforts performed beneath hostile scrutiny. The Order's healthcare provisions, established in protected zones deep within the urban core, addressed injuries caused by rock shrapnel, incendiary damage from Byzantine flame, and the diverse wounds linked to building activity executed amidst hostile engagements. The Knights' collective medical proficiency, honed over ages of ministering to wartime wounded, demonstrated indispensable in preserving the defensive force's combat efficacy, notwithstanding incessant attrition. The non-combatant inhabitants of Rhodes endured distinct privations as the blockade converted their metropolis into a live combat theater. Hellenic Christian households, alongside more modest groups of Jewish residents and Italian traders, discovered themselves confined within defensive structures subjected to ceaseless shelling. The governance under Villiers de l'Isle-Adam strove to uphold civilian spirits by means of impartial allocation of dwindling provisions, safeguarding of unarmed citizens from martial exigencies, and the continuation of spiritual rites that offered mental solace amidst the emergency. The Grand Master's acknowledgement of the indispensability of civilian backing for a triumphant resistance resulted in directives that reconciled martial imperatives with compassionate considerations. The Ottoman offensive approach developed over the course of the blockade as Suleiman's military leaders adjusted to Hospitaller tactical novelties and shifting combat scenarios. Instead of pursuing the swift penetration which had proven unsuccessful in 1480, Ottoman troops focused on methodical attrition via continuous shelling, coupled with subterranean excavation efforts intended to destabilize the base structures of crucial strongholds. Turkish sappers, numerous individuals proficient in sophisticated beleaguering methods, honed during contemporary continental expeditions, burrowed passages beneath the ramparts, concurrently readying demolition devices that were capable of generating abrupt, ruinous openings. The subterranean combat that emerged during the blockade demanded particular proficiencies that both sides had obtained from prior martial engagements. The Knights Hospitallers' anti-sapping endeavors, guided by Teutonic knights skilled in martial construction, sought to pinpoint and neutralize Ottoman subterranean passages prior to their achieving their intended destinations. The cramped, perilous labor of subterranean conflict established an auxiliary theater of war where limited detachments of combatants waged fierce skirmishes in obscurity, employing blades, poniards, and makeshift armaments within confines too constricted for standard troop arrangements. The initial significant Ottoman offensive commenced on September 4th, subsequent to a relentless shelling that generated multiple substantial fissures in the external ramparts. Elite Janissary foot soldiers, augmented by ancillary combatants and sappers bearing climbing apparatus, moved forward against numerous sectors concurrently in an offensive intended to overpower the resistance by means of synchronized exertion. The attack initiated in the obscurity before dawn, with Ottoman contingents leveraging the cloak of darkness to draw near the ramparts and deploy their apparatus for optimal impact. The skirmishes that flared up along the defensive structures evinced the progression of beleaguering strategies from the preceding Ottoman endeavor. Ottoman combatants, equipped with enhanced projectile weapons and shielded by superior protective gear, exhibited greater efficacy in hand-to-hand engagements compared to their forerunners 4 decades prior. The elite Janissary Corps' orderly arrangements and synchronized deployment of projectile weaponry posed formidable obstacles for the Knights Hospitaller, who discovered their customary strengths in personal martial prowess and superior protection partially neutralized by these strategic advancements. Villiers de L'Isle Adams' orchestration of the resistance underscored his comprehension of the transformed martial context and the imperative for flexible strategies that were capable of neutralizing Ottoman advancements. The master deployed his restricted contingents to optimize their impact, focusing the brother knights at pivotal locations while utilizing ancillary combatants and non-military adherents to protect ancillary strongholds. However, in contrast to d'Aubusson striking individual command during the 1480 blockade, Villiers de L'Isle Adam stayed within his headquarters to preserve comprehensive synergy and connectivity among various segments of the defensive perimeter. The thwarting of this initial large-scale offensive extracted a grievous toll on both sides, yet it unequivocally demonstrated that the formidable defenses of Rhodes would not succumb to a swift, decisive strike. Ottoman casualties, though numerically sustainable given their vast numerical superiority, notably included a significant number of experienced Janissary troops, whose specialized training and disciplined combat prowess meant their loss substantially eroded the army's overall tactical effectiveness and morale. Conversely, the Hospitaller losses, while proportionally smaller in sheer numbers, represented an irreplaceable cadre of highly specialized engineers, artillerymen, and veteran commanders, whose death or incapacitation severely diminished the garrison's capacity to mount sustained and effective resistance over prolonged periods. Following this costly engagement, the siege inexorably devolved into a protracted and arduous war of attrition, particularly as the encroaching autumn weather rendered large-scale assault operations progressively more challenging and perilous. While the relentless Ottoman artillery maintained its systematic and destructive barrage against the city's formidable fortifications, Sultan Suleiman's forces persistently exerted pressure through the constant harassment of sniper fire, cautious and limited probing attacks, and a continuous, debilitating bombardment. This sustained pressure was meticulously calculated to wear down the defenders, while preparations were concurrently underway for a decisive final assault, anticipated to coincide with more favorable weather conditions. The Sultan's imposing personal presence within the besieging army proved instrumental, ensuring not only an uninterrupted flow of adequate supplies and reinforcements, but also steadfastly upholding the morale essential for the arduous and protracted nature of the operations. As the siege wore on, the diplomatic facet of the conflict assumed an increasingly critical importance, with both belligerents acknowledging that military action alone might not ultimately dictate the final outcome. Grandmaster Villiers de L'Isle Adam, facing an overwhelming enemy, diligently maintained clandestine communication channels with various European powers through a network of daring messengers who, against formidable odds, occasionally managed to penetrate the Ottoman blockade. His urgent pleas sought crucial military assistance, yet these desperate appeals largely failed to materialize in any meaningful or substantial quantities. The master's extensive correspondence with influential figures such as Pope Adrian VI, the formidable Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, and a diverse array of European monarchs vividly illuminated the profound political complexities and ingrained rivalries that regrettably precluded any truly effective Christian cooperation against the looming and pervasive Ottoman threat. The onset of the winter months brought a temporary, albeit deceptive, respite from the intensity of major combat operations, simultaneously ushering in a fresh array of formidable challenges related to maintaining adequate supply lines, providing sufficient shelter, and preserving the fragile morale of both forces during the extended siege. The Ottoman forces, benefiting from their superior logistical infrastructure and overwhelming numerical strength, were largely able to maintain tolerable living conditions for their vast encampment, while relentlessly continuing their systematic dismantling of hospitaller defensive capabilities. In stark contrast, the beleaguered defenders of Rhodes confronted ever-worsening shortages of essential foodstuffs, dwindling ammunition, and critical medical supplies, all while valiantly contending with the rampant spread of diseases and the accumulating toll of injuries sustained over many months of unceasing stress and relentless combat. The climactic final phase of the protracted siege commenced with renewed ferocity in November 1522, as the Ottoman forces launched a series of coordinated assaults specifically designed to exploit the cumulative and devastating damage inflicted over months of relentless bombardment and sophisticated mining operations. Turkish sappers had meticulously engineered multiple practicable breaches within the city's walls, while their extensive underground tunneling efforts had strategically weakened the very foundations of the fortifications throughout the entire defensive perimeter. Suleiman's experienced commanders, having keenly absorbed the hard-won lessons from previous tactical failures, meticulously coordinated these renewed attacks with significantly improved strategies and nuanced tactics, perfectly tailored to the changed conditions created by the prolonged siege operations. The assaults, launched in December 1522, unequivocally represented the most intensive and brutal fighting of the entire siege, as Ottoman forces committed their invaluable reserves in a series of desperate, coordinated attacks. Their strategic objective was clear: to achieve a final, decisive victory before the deepening winter weather rendered continued operations utterly impossible. Elite Janissary troops, benefiting from overwhelming artillery support and protected by meticulously constructed earthworks, surged forward through the gaping breaches in the walls, maintaining their renowned disciplined formations despite the ferociously tenacious Hospitaller resistance. The savage fighting that ensued pushed both sides to their absolute physical and psychological limits. As the ultimate outcome of 6 arduous months of siege operations was grimly determined through brutal hand-to-hand combat amidst the desolate ruins of Rhodes's ancient, hallowed fortifications. Grandmaster Villiers de L'Isle-Adam's sagacious recognition that continued resistance had become militarily untenable and strategically futile ultimately paved the way for negotiations. These discussions eloquently showcased both his exceptional diplomatic acumen and Sultan Sulayman's pragmatic desire to bring the costly siege to a conclusion with minimal additional casualties. The master's sober assessment of the dire military situation, meticulously confirmed by his senior commanders, unequivocally indicated that the beleaguered garrison could no longer mount an effective defense of the extensively breached fortifications, while the mounting civilian casualties had tragically reached utterly unacceptable levels. The difficult decision to seek terms of surrender thus reflected not an act of cowardice, but rather a profoundly realistic and responsible evaluation of circumstances that rendered further, prolonged resistance a futile gesture rather than a heroic stand. The surrender negotiations, which meticulously concluded in late December 1522, yielded remarkably generous terms that eloquently reflected both Sultan Sulayman's unexpected magnanimity and his profound recognition of the Hospitaller's formidable military competence and valor. The Sultan graciously granted the surviving knights safe passage to any Christian territory of their choosing, allowing them to depart with all their personal possessions, invaluable archives, and sacred religious relics. Furthermore, the civilian populations received explicit guarantees of religious freedom and absolute protection from any reprisals, while those who desired to depart Rhodes were permitted to do so without any fear of persecution. These terms, considered extraordinarily generous by the often brutal standards of the contemporary era, underscored Ottoman confidence in their victory and Sulayman's deliberate desire to project the civilized and enlightened character of his burgeoning empire and rule. The poignant final evacuation of Rhodes on January 1st, 1523, irrevocably marked the culmination of the Hospitaller's 213-year sovereignty over the strategically vital island, which had served as their primary operational base since the tragic loss of the Holy Land. Grand Master Villiers de L'Isle-Adam, accompanied by approximately 180 surviving brother knights, solemnly boarded ships graciously provided by the Ottomans, carefully carrying with them the accumulated treasures, precious relics, and the profound institutional memory of their remarkable island state. The evocative sight of the Hospitaller galleys departing Rhodes Harbor, their distinctive banners defiantly fluttering despite their military defeat, powerfully symbolized both the undeniable end of a significant historical era and the order's unwavering determination to resolutely continue their sacred mission in new and distant territories. The comprehensive transformation of Rhodes from a formidable Christian fortress into a pivotal Ottoman naval base proceeded with remarkable rapidity. As Suleiman's capable administrators swiftly established Turkish governmental structures and vital military installations. The island's strategic position, which had for over 2 centuries empowered Hospitaller naval operations against Muslim shipping, now conversely served the overarching Ottoman interests in controlling lucrative Eastern Mediterranean trade routes and projecting Turkish power decisively throughout the entire Aegean region. The once impregnable fortifications that had for generations safeguarded Christian interests were systematically and ingeniously modified to serve their new Muslim masters, while the revered hospitals and churches that had profoundly defined Hospitaller identity were either converted to Islamic purposes or, in many cases, entirely demolished. The once formidable Hospitaller galleys, which had historically instilled profound fear into the hearts of Ottoman mariners, now increasingly rode at anchor within Valletta's grand harbor, their bronze cannons growing metaphorically cold between voyages that became progressively shorter and less frequent with each passing decade. By the middle of the 17th century, the geopolitical landscape that had for over 5 centuries meticulously defined the order's very purpose was undergoing a fundamental and irreversible transformation. The Ottoman Empire, though still undeniably formidable and expansive, had demonstrably reached the practical limits of its outward expansion and was beginning to adopt a more inward-looking posture, prioritizing the consolidation of its vast existing territories over the aggressive maritime campaigns that had once rendered Hospitaller naval operations absolutely essential for Christian defense. The historic Peace of Karlowitz in 1699 heralded a decisive and epoch-making shift in European-Ottoman relations, meticulously establishing stable and recognized frontiers that significantly diminished the relentless military pressure which had characterized the preceding 2 centuries. The series of impressive Habsburg victories in Hungary and the Balkans, combined with the notable Venetian successes in the Morea and the triumphant Polish campaigns in Ukraine, collectively demonstrated unequivocally that Ottoman military superiority was no longer absolute or unchallengeable. For the Hospitallers, these profound developments represented both a welcome relief from immediate existential threats and, paradoxically, the gradual and inexorable erosion of their primary justification for existence as Christianity's militant and vigilant vanguard in the Mediterranean. Grand Master Ramon Perelos y Rocafull, who assumed the mantle of leadership in 1697, astutely recognized these rapidly changing circumstances, but found himself grappling with the immense challenge of adapting an organization whose entire identity and ethos had been meticulously forged through centuries of relentless warfare against Islam. The Grand Master's earnest attempts to preserve the order's military relevance through continued naval operations against persistent North African corsairs and occasional peripheral participation in broader European conflicts utterly failed to disguise the fundamental and undeniable reality that the age of overt religious warfare was steadily drawing to a definitive close. The sophisticated military machine that the Hospitallers had meticulously developed and perfected over generations thus found itself increasingly devoid of clear, identifiable enemies or well-defined, compelling objectives. The internal organizational structure of the order began to exhibit palpable signs of strain as the traditional, delicate balance between military necessity and fervent religious devotion inexorably shifted toward purely ceremonial and largely symbolic functions. The various langues which had once served as vital conduits for essential military specialization and operational efficacy, now progressively transformed into mere vehicles for the distribution of prestigious offices and lucrative revenues among the European nobility. These aristocrats increasingly viewed Hospitaller membership more as a coveted mark of social distinction and elevated status than as a genuine calling to active, selfless service. Consequently, young knights arriving in Malta often displayed remarkably little genuine interest in the rigorous military training that had been the hallmark of previous, more martial generations, instead overtly preferring the comfortable and opulent lifestyle that the order's vast accumulated wealth could so readily provide. The pervasive corruption that gradually permeated and infected the Hospitaller administration profoundly mirrored broader European trends towards the increasing secularization of traditional religious institutions and the concomitant transformation of historic military orders into exclusive aristocratic clubs. The sacred vow of poverty, once rigorously enforced through communal living arrangements and the equitable sharing of resources, became progressively meaningless as individual knights began accumulating substantial private wealth and maintained lavish personal households that rivaled those of secular nobles. Furthermore, the stringent requirement for proof of noble ancestry, originally conceived to ensure military competence and foster social cohesion, regrettably evolved into an exclusionary system that prioritized genealogical purity and aristocratic lineage far above genuine merit or unwavering dedication to the order's foundational mission. The intricate realm of financial administration became progressively more arduous for the order, as its European commanderies contended with a confluence of challenges stemming from evolving economic paradigms, pervasive political instability, and the incremental erosion of the feudal prerogatives that had traditionally underpinned their extensive operations. Particularly, the French commanderies, which historically had constituted the predominant wellspring of the order's fiscal resources, encountered burgeoning obstacles as royal taxation burgeoned and established agricultural arrangements faced considerable duress from the emergence of novel commercial relationships and market dynamics. Across the English Channel, the order's properties, which had been summarily confiscated by King Henry VIII during the tumultuous period of the Reformation and subsequently only partially reinstated under the brief reign of Mary Tudor, never fully recuperated their erstwhile productive capacity. Concurrently, the German holdings endured repeated devastation and immense suffering consequent to the protracted 30 Years' War and the subsequent cascade of regional conflicts that plagued Central Europe. The sheer administrative complexity inherent in overseeing these disparate properties, dispersed across a multitude of distinct political jurisdictions, engendered profound inefficiencies that inexorably absorbed an ever-increasing proportion of the order's dwindling financial reserves. The logistical impediments posed by protracted communication delays, the volatile nature of currency fluctuations across various European states, and the labyrinthine legal frameworks required to safeguard and manage properties situated within diverse sovereign kingdoms rendered truly effective long-term financial prognostication virtually unattainable. Furthermore, local administrators, frequently recruited from the very same influential noble lineages that exerted dominance over the Langs, often conspicuously prioritized their personal financial interests over the collective exigencies of the order, a systemic issue that led to the chronic underreporting of actual revenues and the flagrant diversion of substantial funds for private enrichment. Malta's profound metamorphosis from a formidable fortress island, primarily conceived as a military bastion, into a bustling commercial entrepot, served as a dual testament to the order's sagacious adaptation to the swiftly changing geopolitical landscape and its burgeoning reliance on alternative, non-military sources of income. The island's magnificent natural harbor facilities, initially developed and fortified with predominantly military objectives in mind, were systematically expanded and significantly improved to accommodate the ever-increasing volume of merchant vessels traversing the entirety of the Mediterranean Sea. The order's strategically advantageous geographical position, situated as it was at the crucial nexus between the European continent and North Africa, coupled with their accumulated and unparalleled expertise in maritime operations, enabled them to cultivate highly lucrative relationships with influential trading companies that desperately required secure port facilities and dependable logistical services for their burgeoning commercial endeavors. The ambitious construction projects that conspicuously characterized 18th-century Malta unequivocally showcased both the order's sustained, albeit evolving affluence, and its discernible pivot away from purely martial considerations. The newly erected auberge, magnificent residential structures built for each lang during this era, deliberately emphasized opulent comfort and sophisticated elegance rather than formidable defensibility, featuring elaborate Baroque ornamentation and expansive living quarters that unequivocally reflected the elevated aristocratic expectations of their distinguished inhabitants. Similarly, the extensive renovation of the venerable palace of the Grand Masters incorporated lavish artistic elements and luxurious furnishings, a stark contrast that undoubtedly would have scandalized earlier generations of austere knights who had deliberately embraced Spartan living conditions in perpetual readiness for incessant warfare. The vibrant cultural milieu that burgeoned in the 18th century Malta attracted a diverse array of European intellectuals, celebrated artists, and intrepid travelers who increasingly perceived the island as an exotic and captivating destination where the rich tapestry of Eastern and Western influences seamlessly converged to forge unique artistic and architectural traditions. The order's esteemed library, meticulously expanded through systematic acquisitions of rare texts and generous donations from prominent European scholars, blossomed into one of the Mediterranean region's most significant repositories of invaluable manuscripts and an extensive collection of books, encompassing an astonishing breadth of subjects ranging from sophisticated military engineering to profound natural philosophy. The venerable hospitals that the Hospitallers steadfastly continued to operate assiduously incorporated advanced medical knowledge gleaned from various European traditions, while assiduously maintaining their distinguished reputation for providing a standard of care that consistently surpassed contemporary benchmarks in most other territories. However, this period of remarkable cultural efflorescence regrettably transpired concurrently with the gradual yet inexorable erosion of the stringent military discipline and unwavering religious commitment that had originally constituted the very bedrock of Hospitaller identity. The meticulously structured daily routines that had once meticulously balanced prayer, rigorous military training, and compassionate charitable work progressively yielded to more leisurely schedules that increasingly emphasized social engagements and personal recreational pursuits. The long-standing tradition of common meals, which had historically served as a powerful reinforcing mechanism for communal bonds and solidarity, was gradually supplanted by private dining arrangements that conspicuously reflected individual wealth and burgeoning social preferences. The simple, unadorned black habits, which had for centuries symbolized the knight's solemn religious vows and humility, were increasingly complemented and often replaced by elaborate civilian clothing that ostentatiously proclaimed their aristocratic status and refined personal taste. Moreover, the burgeoning intellectual currents of the Enlightenment posed particularly profound and serious challenges to an organization whose fundamental legitimacy was inextricably linked to medieval concepts of sacred religious warfare and immutable feudal obligation. The incisive critiques articulated by figures such as Voltaire, targeting religious fanaticism and entrenched institutional privilege, resonated deeply with receptive audiences among educated Europeans, who increasingly questioned the continued relevance and utility of military orders that consumed substantial societal resources while seemingly contributing little to tangible social progress or meaningful economic development. The Enlightenment's profound philosophical emphasis on empirical reason, inherent natural rights, and demonstrable social utility provided compelling intellectual frameworks for rigorously analyzing institutions like the Hospitallers, which appeared increasingly anachronistic in an era defined by rapid scientific advancement and pressing calls for political reform. The innovative economic theories meticulously developed by the physiocrats and early political economists fundamentally challenged the archaic feudal arrangements that continued to underpin the order's extensive European properties, while simultaneously questioning the inherent social value of sustaining large numbers of individuals in what were increasingly perceived as unproductive religious or military roles. Adam Smith's groundbreaking analysis of wealth creation and efficient resource allocation persuasively suggested that the considerable capital inextricably tied up in hospitaller properties and the valuable human resources devoted to their largely ceremonial functions could be far more effectively employed in genuinely productive economic activities that would yield benefits for broader populations, rather than merely supporting a privileged and increasingly obsolescent military caste. The profound political philosophy emanating from the Enlightenment, with its revolutionary emphasis on popular sovereignty, the imperative of representative government, and the sanctity of individual rights, systematically undermined the theoretical foundations of institutions such as the Hospitallers, which derived their authority not from popular consent, but from ancient papal grants and antiquated royal privileges. The burgeoning concept of natural rights, as meticulously developed by influential thinkers such as John Locke and other seminal political theorists, provided an undeniable intellectual justification for challenging traditional privileges and advocating for the redistribution of societal resources according to principles of demonstrable social utility rather than mere historical precedent. These formidable intellectual challenges regrettably coincided with a series of practical political developments that directly jeopardized the order's extensive European properties and vital revenue streams. The far-reaching Habsburg reforms implemented across Austria and the Spanish dominions included systematic reviews of religious institutions and their societal contributions, a process that ultimately led to the widespread suppression of monasteries and military orders deemed unproductive or excessively wealthy. The Bourbon monarchs in France and Spain enacted similar policies designed to reduce clerical privileges and strategically redirect ecclesiastical revenues towards state purposes, thereby establishing potent precedents that other European rulers were increasingly inclined to emulate. The French Revolution's cataclysmic assault on deeply entrenched feudal privileges and venerable religious institutions represented the ultimate culmination of Enlightenment critiques and provided stark, practical demonstrations of precisely how traditional arrangements could be swiftly and irrevocably dismantled. The controversial civil constitution of the clergy and the subsequent widespread suppression of religious orders eliminated countless institutions that had existed for many centuries, while the wholesale confiscation of vast church lands provided crucial resources for financing the nascent revolutionary governments and assuaging popular demands for radical economic reform. These revolutionary developments created potent models that other European movements could readily adapt to their specific circumstances, while simultaneously demonstrating the profound vulnerability of institutions that relied solely on traditional legitimacy rather than the burgeoning imperative of popular support. Grandmaster Emmanuel de Rohan-Polduc, who ascended to his leadership position in 1775, valiantly attempted to address these mounting and multifarious challenges through a judicious combination of internal administrative reforms and proactive diplomatic initiatives specifically designed to secure the order's precarious position within the rapidly shifting European political system. De Rohan's comprehensive administrative reforms encompassed diligent efforts to enhance financial management, mitigate pervasive corruption, and endeavor to restore a measure of military discipline among the knights. However, these well-intentioned initiatives encountered formidable resistance from entrenched interests within the powerful Langues and ultimately proved insufficient to address the fundamental, systemic problems created by the order's increasingly anachronistic structure and outdated mission. The Grand Master's fervent diplomatic efforts were strategically focused on cultivating robust relationships with influential European monarchs who might potentially offer protection against burgeoning revolutionary movements and guarantee the order's continued, albeit fragile, existence. De Rohan's extensive correspondence with formidable rulers such as Louis XVI of France, Catherine the Great of Russia, and other key European sovereigns consistently underscored the order's potential value as a stabilizing force within the turbulent Mediterranean region, and reiterated their steadfast commitment to supporting legitimate authority against any revolutionary challenges. Nevertheless, these earnest appeals achieved only limited success, as most European governments were overwhelmingly preoccupied with their own pressing domestic problems and consequently viewed the Hospitallers as a relatively minor consideration within their broader, complex strategic calculations. The sudden outbreak of the French Revolutionary Wars in 1792 immediately posed direct and severe threats to the order's French properties, while simultaneously demonstrating the profound fragility of the traditional European political system that had for so long supported their operations. The revolutionary government's systematic and relentless assault on feudal privileges and religious institutions effectively eliminated the legal foundations that had protected Hospitaller properties for many centuries. The wholesale confiscation of French commanderies deprived the order of crucial revenues that had historically provided approximately 40% of their total income, thereby precipitating severe financial crises that necessitated drastic reductions in both military expenditures and vital charitable activities. The profound repercussions of these financial setbacks were intensified by analogous developments unfolding across other European territories, where burgeoning revolutionary movements or progressively minded governments actively challenged established societal frameworks. Regions such as the Austrian Netherlands, several German principalities, and various parts of Italy experienced significant political turmoil that directly imperiled hospitaller assets and profoundly disrupted the intricate administrative systems that had diligently overseen these extensive holdings for countless generations. Despite the Order's earnest endeavors to safeguard its pan-European network through intricate diplomatic negotiations and arduous legal battles, these efforts largely proved ineffectual against sovereign powers that wielded both the unyielding political resolve and the formidable military might requisite for implementing sweeping, radical reforms. The perceptible decline in the Order's martial prowess became undeniably evident as severe financial constraints necessitated drastic cutbacks in vital naval operations and the essential upkeep of its formidable defensive installations. The magnificent galleys, which had once routinely traversed the vast expanse of the Mediterranean with an imposing presence, found themselves increasingly anchored within their harbors, rendered immobile by the prohibitive expenditures associated with adequately manning and provisioning them for extended maritime expeditions. Furthermore, the impressive fortifications of Malta, though still outwardly formidable in their construction, received scant maintenance, as precious resources were continually diverted towards more pressing, immediate exigencies, or were inexorably consumed by administrative overheads that had ballooned to disproportionately vast sums. The influx of new recruits into the ranks of the knights diminished considerably, a trend exacerbated by the financial predicaments confronting many European noble families and by the waning allure of military service within traditional religious orders, which now seemed less appealing when juxtaposed against more promising careers within burgeoning national armies or increasingly lucrative civilian professions. The various langs, or national divisions, found themselves struggling arduously to fulfill their long-standing quotas for active members, while the caliber of those who did join frequently fell markedly below the distinguished historical standards. A significant number of younger men who eventually entered the Order's service tended to perceive their membership as a transient arrangement, primarily offering social connections and potential financial advantages, rather than a solemn, lifelong devotion to rigorous military and religious duties. Grand Master Ferdinand von Hompesch zu Bolheim, who ascended to his prestigious office in 1797, inherited an organization that, while still maintaining the outward ceremonial vestiges of its former grandeur, was critically devoid of the fundamental substance that had once cemented its status as an imposing military and political juggernaut. Von Hompesch, a German knight possessing notably restricted practical experience in the complex affairs of the Mediterranean basin, ultimately proved ill-equipped to confront the monumental challenges that beset the Order during one of the most tumultuous and transformative epochs in the annals of European history. His earnest, albeit ultimately unsuccessful, attempts to skillfully navigate the treacherous currents of conflicting pressures emanating from various powerful European states, all while striving to uphold the Order's cherished neutrality and independence, starkly underscored both the inherent complexity of the geopolitical landscape and his own discernible limitations as a commanding leader. The meteoric ascent of Napoleon Bonaparte, who rapidly emerged as the preeminent figure dominating both French political and military spheres, unleashed a cascade of unprecedented threats that the already enfeebled Order was woefully unprepared to confront. Napoleon's expansive strategic vision encompassed the profound metamorphosis of the Mediterranean Sea into an incontestable French sphere of influence, predicated upon securing French dominion over pivotal islands and strategically vital coastal positions, capable of providing indispensable logistical support for extensive naval operations and burgeoning commercial enterprises. Malta's intrinsically strategic geographical placement and its exceptionally well-protected natural harbors rendered it an unequivocal and highly desirable objective for French expansionist ambitions. While the Hospitallers' critically weakened state left them acutely susceptible to the swift, decisive military actions that had become the hallmark of Napoleon's triumphant earlier campaigns. The ambitious French expedition to Egypt in 1798 conveniently furnished Napoleon with both the necessary justification and the opportune moment to effectuate the seizure of Malta, all while simultaneously pursuing his broader, overarching strategic objectives in the vital eastern Mediterranean region. The general's meticulous assessment of the order's military capabilities, meticulously compiled from intelligence gleaned through extensive diplomatic channels and established commercial relationships, unequivocally laid bare the alarming extent to which Hospitaller power had precipitously declined since the legendary and heroic defense of the island against the formidable Ottoman forces a full 2.5 centuries prior. The once mighty garrison, which had valiantly repelled the full, overwhelming force of Suleiman's colossal army, now comprised fewer than 300 knights, a considerable number of whom were advanced in age or suffering from various infirmities. Their meager strength bolstered by a local militia whose allegiance was highly questionable and whose military efficacy was demonstrably limited. Napoleon's calculated approach to Malta masterfully blended subtle diplomatic coercion with the unmistakable implicit menace of overwhelming military superiority, thereby forging conditions that rendered any semblance of effective resistance virtually unfeasible. The imposing French fleet that materialized off the shores of Valletta in June 1798 constituted an armada of over 300 vessels, transporting approximately 40,000 seasoned troops, complemented by a formidable array of artillery and specialized siege equipment, all meticulously prepared to dismantle any fortifications that might dare to impede their landing. This colossal military contingent, meticulously assembled with the primary objective of the Egyptian campaign in mind, represented a formidable display of martial capabilities that vastly eclipsed anything the Hospitallers could realistically hope to counter with their severely depleted resources and woefully outdated defensive infrastructure. The series of intense negotiations that immediately preceded the French occupation lucidly unveiled both Napoleon's astute diplomatic acumen and Grand Master von Hompesch's sober recognition that any attempt at military resistance would undoubtedly prove both futile and catastrophically destructive. The Grand Master's desperate efforts to preserve the order's precarious neutrality while simultaneously offering circumscribed assistance to the French expedition, eloquently reflected his profound understanding that a strategy of accommodation presented the solitary, realistic prospect for safeguarding some semblance of the institution's enduring continuity. However, Napoleon's demands progressively intensified, gradually escalating from mere requests for hospitality and basic supply provisions to an unequivocal assertion of effective control over the island's entire military and administrative apparatus. The ultimate capitulation of Malta on June 12, 1798, transpired with remarkably minimal bloodshed. Yet it irrevocably signified the de facto termination of the Hospitallers' existence as a genuinely sovereign military order. Von Hompesch's controversial agreement, consenting to French occupation in exchange for the vague promise of territorial compensation elsewhere, vividly illustrated both the order's dire and desperate straits and Napoleon's formidable ability to ruthlessly exploit inherent institutional vulnerabilities for his overarching strategic advantage. The poignant spectacle of French tricolor flags majestically unfurling and replacing the distinctive white cross of the Hospitallers upon Malta's ancient and hallowed fortifications symbolized not merely a superficial alteration in governance, but rather the definitive conclusion of a truly remarkable historical epoch that had resiliently endured for an astonishing 7 centuries. The dismantling of the order's governmental framework proceeded with astonishing rapidity as French administrators swiftly implemented radical revolutionary principles that systematically eradicated long-established feudal privileges and dissolved the order's traditional religious autonomy. The knights who chose to remain on the island found themselves confronted with an agonizing triad of choices: either to acquiesce to the newly imposed French authority, to seek sanctuary in those dwindling territories still under the dominion of traditional monarchies, or to embark upon a perilous endeavor to preserve some vestige of institutional continuity through a life of exile. The overwhelming majority ultimately opted for the path of exile, joining Grandmaster von Hompesch in a nomadic, peripatetic existence that would regrettably persist for many decades, as the pervasive political upheavals sweeping across the European continent perpetually thwarted any attempts to establish a stable, permanent operational base. The extensive dispersal of the order's meticulously accumulated treasures, invaluable archives, and priceless artistic collections represented the final, irreversible dissolution of institutional resources that had been painstakingly gathered and meticulously curated over centuries of unparalleled military triumphs and judicious administration. Napoleon's systematic and ruthless looting of Malta's venerable churches, grand palaces, and prominent public edifices provided immediate and substantial financial resources for his ambitious Egyptian campaign, while simultaneously inflicting irreparable damage upon countless cultural artifacts that had historically chronicled the order's truly extraordinary saga. The irretrievable loss of these invaluable materials, coupled with the widespread scattering of the surviving members across numerous disparate countries, rendered any future attempt at the meticulous reconstruction of the order's institutional memory an exceedingly formidable undertaking. The fragmented remnants of the Knights Hospitaller, who were compelled to flee Malta in that fateful year of 1798, confronted a profound existential crisis of identity, one that gravely threatened to extinguish an venerable institution that had heroically weathered the cataclysmic fall of Jerusalem, the devastating loss of Rhodes, and countless other military calamities over its 7-century-long trajectory. Grandmaster Ferdinand von Hompesch, steadfastly carrying the order's most sacred relics and the precious few remnants of their once extensive archives, embarked on a weary odyssey, wandering between the various European courts, fervently seeking sanctuary and recognition from monarchs who themselves were desperately struggling against the relentless revolutionary tide that was inexorably sweeping across the entire continent. The intricate web of traditional diplomatic relationships that had once reliably guaranteed hospitaller privileges and properties had disintegrated entirely, along with the very feudal system that had historically sustained them, leaving the surviving knights as anachronistic refugees adrift in a world that was rapidly and irrevocably modernizing. The initial tumultuous years of exile starkly illuminated the profound extent to which the order's very identity had become inextricably intertwined with the concepts of territorial sovereignty and its foundational military function. Bereft of Malta's formidable fortifications to defend or the vital Mediterranean shipping lanes to diligently patrol, the surviving knights grappled intensely with the monumental challenge of redefining their essential purpose and striving to maintain the institutional cohesion that had so remarkably enabled their predecessors to recover from previous devastating disasters. Consequently, many members simply retreated to their ancestral family estates in various European nations, effectively renouncing their sacred vows and allowing their once profound connection to the order to gradually recede into the realm of mere historical curiosity. Conversely, others maintained a somewhat nominal allegiance to the order while actively pursuing secular careers within the burgeoning national armies or engaging in various civilian professions that frequently presented more tangible opportunities for personal advancement and greater financial security. The demise of von Hompesch in 1805 regrettably precipitated a profound succession crisis, one that vividly mirrored the order's desperate circumstances and underscored the divergent, competing visions that different factions held for its precarious future. The Russian Emperor Paul, who had been controversially elected Grand Master by a particular contingent of knights in 1798, despite his married status and adherence to the Orthodox rather than the Catholic faith, nevertheless represented one plausible avenue towards a potential revival through a strategic integration with the existing, formidable European power structures. The ambitious vision championed by Paul cast the esteemed order in a potentially pivotal capacity, seeing it as an indispensable instrument for advancing Russian foreign policy objectives across the strategic expanse of the Mediterranean Sea. Furthermore, his considerable personal wealth offered a robust financial bedrock that could have fundamentally revitalized the order's military capabilities, potentially enabling a formidable resurgence of activities directed against Napoleon's rapidly expanding imperium. However, this promising Russian-led solution ultimately failed to achieve enduring success, primarily due to the undeniable canonical irregularities surrounding Paul's election to leadership and his untimely demise in 1801. Pope Pius VII's unequivocal refusal to acknowledge the Russian Grand Mastership stemmed from a confluence of deep-seated theological concerns regarding an Orthodox leader presiding over a fundamentally Catholic institution, alongside pragmatic political calculations concerning the intricate diplomatic relationships between the papacy and various influential European powers of the era. The Holy See's unwavering insistence on strict canonical regularity and the preservation of Catholic orthodoxy, while simultaneously safeguarding the order's institutional integrity, inadvertently foreclosed the most immediate and promising avenue for substantial material support essential to the order's much-needed revival. The subsequent election of Giovanni Battista Tomasi as Grand Master in 1803 marked a deliberate and significant shift towards a more conventional strategy for institutional reconstruction, one firmly rooted in securing papal protection and meticulously embarking upon the gradual reclamation of the order's confiscated European properties. Tommasi, an Italian knight distinguished by his extensive and nuanced diplomatic experience, possessed a profound understanding that the very survival of the order hinged upon its capacity to flexibly adapt to the dramatically altered political realities of post-revolutionary Europe, all while steadfastly maintaining sufficient continuity with its venerable historical mission to justify its continued existence and relevance. His enlightened strategy judiciously placed a renewed emphasis on the charitable and medical dimensions, which were deeply ingrained in the hospitaller tradition, while consciously de-emphasizing the military functions that had become increasingly anachronistic and largely irrelevant in an age increasingly dominated by vast national armies and the evolving complexities of modern warfare. The momentous Congress of Vienna in 1815 presented the order with its first truly significant opportunity to secure widespread international recognition of its ongoing existence and to press its legitimate claims to properties that had been unjustly confiscated. The sweeping restoration of traditional monarchical rule across the European continent concurrently fostered a political environment far more amenable to venerable institutions like the Hospitallers, while a pervasive collective desire to restore stability and legitimacy actively encouraged support for historical continuity over the disruptive forces of revolutionary innovation. Nevertheless, the tangible outcomes of these concerted diplomatic efforts proved to be rather disappointing in practice. The major European powers exhibited a marked reluctance to disturb existing property arrangements or to introduce unwelcome complications into their delicate relationships with the governments that had directly benefited from the widespread confiscation of ecclesiastical holdings. The limited territorial compensation that the order ultimately received through the Vienna settlement included the modest Duchy of Pontecorvo within the Papal States, which, while providing a humble territorial base and a source of revenue, was inherently incapable of supporting the kind of sovereign military activities that had historically characterized the order's grand operations. The duchy's inherently diminutive size and its landlocked geographical position rendered it entirely unsuitable for any form of naval operations or maritime endeavors, while its severely limited financial resources could only sustain a minimal administrative structure and a largely ceremonial court. Notwithstanding these considerable drawbacks, this small territorial foothold proved invaluable in providing crucial legal continuity and enabled the order to maintain formal diplomatic relationships with various European governments, connections that could potentially prove invaluable for future expansionist ambitions. The gradual and nuanced evolution of the order's core mission throughout the 19th century was a direct reflection of both practical necessities stemming from changing circumstances and the shifting European attitudes towards the provision of charity and advanced medical care. The profound societal transformations ushered in by the Industrial Revolution had generated entirely new and complex forms of poverty and widespread social dislocation, issues that traditional charitable institutions were largely ill-equipped to adequately address. Simultaneously, significant advancements in medical knowledge offered unprecedented opportunities for more efficacious diagnosis and treatment of a vast array of diseases and injuries. The Hospitallers, long-standing and deeply ingrained historical expertise in medical care, strategically positioned them to contribute meaningfully to these emerging social needs. Even in the complete absence of the robust military capabilities that had once definitively shaped their primary mission. The pivotal establishment of the Order's permanent headquarters in Rome in 1834, following the definitive loss of Pontecorvo, signaled a decisive and irreversible shift towards an exclusive focus on purely charitable activities, now operating under the direct and protective aegis of the papacy. Chaconto. Pope Gregory, the 16th's formal recognition of the order as the sovereign military order of Malta bestowed crucial canonical legitimacy and afforded significant protection from potential secular interference, while simultaneously acknowledging their profound transformation from a territorial military organization into a globally oriented charitable institution. This crucial papal protection proved indispensable during the tumultuous political upheavals of the 19th century, a period when burgeoning nationalist movements and ascendant liberal governments throughout Europe relentlessly challenged traditional aristocratic privileges and the established ecclesiastical institutions. The systematic development of modern medical facilities operating under hospitaller auspices vividly demonstrated their remarkable ability to seamlessly adapt venerable medieval charitable traditions to integrate contemporary scientific knowledge and address evolving social needs. The state-of-the-art hospitals that the Order meticulously established in Rome and various other Italian cities incorporated the very latest advancements in sophisticated surgical techniques, innovative pharmaceutical preparations, and cutting-edge disease treatments, all while steadfastly upholding the traditional emphasis on providing compassionate care, regardless of patients' financial capacity to pay. These highly regarded institutions successfully attracted exceptionally skilled physicians and pioneering medical researchers who greatly valued the Order's extensive international connections and robust financial resources, thereby fostering renowned centers of medical excellence that significantly enhanced their reputation across the entire European continent. The dramatic outbreak of the Crimean War in 1854 provided the Order with its inaugural truly significant opportunity to unequivocally demonstrate its continued relevance in an age increasingly defined by modern warfare. While they could no longer field military forces remotely comparable to the vast national armies of the time, their profound medical expertise and unique international status empowered them to deliver vital humanitarian services that effectively transcended the rigid political divisions separating the combatant powers. Hospitaller medical personnel diligently served with various armies throughout the protracted conflict, not only tending to the multitudes of wounded soldiers, but also pioneering innovative techniques for managing the massive casualties generated by modern weapons and evolving military tactics. The invaluable experience garnered during the Crimean conflict profoundly influenced the Order's strategic approach to subsequent European wars and firmly established consistent patterns of humanitarian service that would definitively characterize their activities for the remainder of the 19th century. The Franco-Prussian War of 1870 to 1871 witnessed extensive hospitaller involvement in treating casualties from both sides of the conflict, while their established facilities in Rome provided essential care for refugees and civilians displaced by the brutal fighting. These activities, though modest in scale when compared to their grand medieval military operations, unequivocally demonstrated genuine social value and successfully attracted considerable support from both European governments and generous private donors who deeply appreciated their nonpartisan approach to delivering crucial humanitarian assistance. The momentous unification of Italy presented particular and complex challenges for the Order's established position in Rome, primarily because the newly formed Italian state's relationship with the papacy remained deeply contentious, and the legal status of ecclesiastical institutions was highly uncertain. The Law of Guarantees, enacted in 1871, offered a degree of safeguarding for papal institutions, but the Hospitallers' distinctive international character and their ancient historical claims to sovereignty introduced potential complications that necessitated exceptionally careful and astute diplomatic management. The Order's strategic adaptation to these intricate circumstances involved a pronounced emphasis on its humanitarian mission, concurrently with the meticulous preservation of sufficient ceremonial dignity to safeguard its historical identity and maintain its crucial international diplomatic relationships. The systematic development of the Lang system during the 19th century reflected a clever blend of continuity with the Order's venerable historical traditions and a shrewd adaptation to the burgeoning force of contemporary European nationalism. The national associations that progressively emerged in various countries furnished structured frameworks for organizing charitable endeavors and actively recruiting new members, all while meticulously sustaining vital links to the central governing body in Rome. These decentralized associations empowered the Order to cultivate specialized local expertise and mobilize indigenous resources, crucially without compromising the overarching international character that had historically set it apart from purely national institutions. The significant expansion of Hospitaller activities into entirely new geographical areas during the late 19th century clearly demonstrated their remarkable ability to reconfigure their mission to suit global, rather than merely European or Mediterranean contexts. The strategic establishment of associations in the Americas, encompassing both the United States and several Latin American countries, was a phenomenon driven by both the significant migration of European Catholic populations and the Order's astute recognition that its future growth lay in responding dynamically to the profound demographic and economic shifts reshaping the modern world. These nascent associations introduced innovative viewpoints and additional resources, all while diligently upholding their connection to the enduring historical traditions that provided the bedrock of their institutional continuity. The dramatic outbreak of World War I in 1914 presented the Order with its most profound opportunity to demonstrate its societal value and critical relevance since the pivotal loss of Malta. The unprecedented magnitude and devastating destructiveness of modern warfare generated humanitarian demands that far outstripped the capabilities of existing aid organizations. While the global scope of the conflict necessitated impartial bodies capable of operating seamlessly across belligerent political boundaries, Grand Master Galeazzo von Thun und Hohenstein swiftly and effectively marshaled the Order's comprehensive resources to furnish indispensable medical assistance, aid for refugees, and crucial services for prisoners of war. Efforts that garnered widespread commendation and recognition from all the principal warring nations. The medical services rendered by the Order during the tumultuous period of World War I elegantly merged their time-honored commitment to succoring the ailing and injured with an imperative adaptation to the unprecedented complexities introduced by advanced military technology. The horrifying scale of casualties unleashed by the devastating power of machine guns, long-range artillery, and insidious chemical weapons demanded revolutionary approaches to battlefield medicine and extensive long-term rehabilitation strategies, pushing the boundaries of existing medical knowledge and severely straining institutional capacities. Throughout the European theater, dedicated Hospitaller physicians and compassionate nurses tirelessly served in frontline field hospitals, critical evacuation centers, and specialized rehabilitation facilities, meticulously cultivating expertise in intricate trauma surgery, the innovative field of prosthetics, and nascent psychological treatment methods, all of which would profoundly shape global medical practice for many decades to come. The Order's provision of services to prisoners of war during World War I eloquently echoed their venerable historical function as crucial intermediaries, traditionally bridging divides between Christian and Muslim powers, now skillfully reconfigured for the distinct exigencies of modern international conflict. Representatives of the Hospitallers undertook arduous visits to various prison camps, diligently facilitating vital communication pathways between captives and their anxious families, and proactively delivering essential medical care and supplies that thoughtfully augmented the often insufficient provisions furnished by official military channels. These indispensable activities, meticulously conducted under the protective mantle of their recognized neutral status and esteemed international recognition, undeniably showcased a practical, humanitarian value that gracefully transcended narrow religious or nationalistic divisions, all while steadfastly upholding their foundational historical mission. The interwar period heralded a remarkable era of expansive growth in the Order's charitable endeavors and significant institutional maturation, largely spurred by a widespread recognition among European governments and discerning private donors of the profound worth of their humanitarian contributions. The strategic establishment of novel hospitals, pioneering medical research facilities, and forward-thinking educational institutions offered tangible evidence of their enduring social commitment, simultaneously cultivating resilient revenue streams and reinforcing their institutional purpose. Furthermore, the Order's distinguished medical schools and comprehensive nursing programs meticulously trained a new generation of dedicated professionals who, in turn, infused the venerable Hospitaller traditions into the broader secular medical practice, thereby extending their profound influence far beyond their own organizational confines. However, the ominous ascent of totalitarian movements across Europe throughout the 1930s inevitably presented fresh and formidable challenges for an international religious organization fundamentally reliant on cultivating constructive relationships with a diverse array of political systems. The virulent hostility exhibited by the Nazi regime toward independent religious bodies and international organizations, in particular, posed existential threats to the Order's German association, while analogous pressures began to surface in other nations, where authoritarian governments relentlessly sought to subjugate or entirely eradicate autonomous institutions. The Order's considered response to these grave challenges necessitated an exceedingly delicate equilibrium, balancing the unwavering pursuit of their charitable mission with a prudent avoidance of political confrontations that could potentially imperil the safety and well-being of their dedicated members. World War II, a conflict of unparalleled devastation, imposed the most rigorous examination of the Order's inherent capacity to steadfastly uphold their humanitarian mission amidst extreme political and military pressures. Under the resolute leadership of Grand Master Ludovico Chigi Albani della Rovere, extensive relief operations were meticulously coordinated, providing critical medical care, vital food distribution, and essential refugee assistance across a war-torn European continent. Crucially, the Order maintained an unwavering neutrality, a strategic posture that uniquely enabled them to operate effectively across fiercely contested battle lines. Their hospitals situated in Rome, for instance, offered impartial treatment to casualties from all belligerent armies, while their expansive international network proved instrumental in facilitating crucial communication and delivering much-needed aid to prisoners of war and countless displaced civilians. The monumental task of Europe's post-war reconstruction subsequently created fresh and significant opportunities for the order to unequivocally demonstrate its enduring social value and to strategically broaden the scope of its charitable activities. The immense displacement of populations, the widespread destruction of vital medical facilities, and the catastrophic breakdown of social services across much of Europe demanded humanitarian responses that far exceeded the capabilities of individual national governments and traditional relief organizations. In this critical juncture, the Order's robust international network, its deep reservoir of accumulated expertise, and its respected neutral status positioned it uniquely to make profound contributions to the multifaceted reconstruction efforts, concurrently laying robust foundations for its continued expansion and long-term development. The evolution of modern diplomatic relationships during the latter half of the 20th century conspicuously reflected the Order's remarkable success in adapting to the intricate tenets of contemporary international law and practice. The landmark establishment of formal diplomatic relations with more than 100 sovereign countries not only conferred crucial recognition of their unique sovereignty, but also significantly streamlined their vital humanitarian activities, all while meticulously preserving continuity with their historical standing as an independent international entity. These novel relationships, founded upon principles of mutual interest rather than traditional military alliances or territorial control, served as compelling new models, illustrating how venerable institutions could effectively maintain their relevance and impact in an increasingly complex modern world. The strategic expansion of hospitaller medical activities into numerous developing countries throughout the latter half of the 20th century represented both a faithful continuation of their historic mission and a crucial adaptation to truly global rather than merely European or Mediterranean contexts. The establishment of vital hospitals, accessible clinics, and comprehensive medical training programs across vast regions of Africa, Asia, and Latin America delivered urgently needed healthcare services to communities profoundly lacking such facilities, simultaneously creating invaluable opportunities for the Order to contribute meaningfully to international development efforts. These significant programs, frequently undertaken in collaborative partnership with national governments and esteemed international organizations, showcased practical and effective approaches to confronting pressing global health challenges, all while steadfastly upholding the Order's traditional emphasis on diligently serving the poor and the most vulnerable. The Order's proactive and decisive response to a multitude of natural disasters and complex humanitarian crises throughout the late 20th and early 21st centuries has unequivocally demonstrated its enduring capacity to rapidly and effectively mobilize critical resources for emergency relief operations. Their extensive involvement in diverse disaster response efforts, encompassing everything from devastating earthquakes and widespread floods to acute refugee crises and virulent epidemic diseases, has provided concrete and compelling demonstrations of their profound social value, simultaneously maintaining a vital connection to their historical role as unwavering providers of medical care and crucial assistance to those in dire need. These critical activities, meticulously coordinated through their expansive international network of associations and trusted partner organizations, have empowered them to respond with remarkable swiftness to emerging crises while strategically leveraging resources from a multitude of diverse sources. The contemporary organizational framework of the Sovereign Military Order of Malta elegantly embodies both its profound historical continuity and its astute adaptation to modern operational imperatives. The Grand Master, an individual elected for life by the esteemed Council Complete of State, wields significant ceremonial and administrative authority over the Order's extensive global activities, yet operates judiciously within constitutional frameworks that meticulously balance traditional prerogatives with contemporary governance practices. The myriad national associations function with a considerable degree of autonomy while steadfastly maintaining their connection to central coordination and shared mission objectives, thereby forging a federal structure uniquely capable of adapting effectively to diverse local conditions while simultaneously preserving essential institutional unity. The Order's current membership, comprising approximately 13,500 dedicated knights, dames, and chaplains, constitutes a remarkably diverse international community, bound together not by military obligations or noble ancestry, but by a profound and shared commitment to charitable service. While the traditional emphasis on Catholic faith and unwavering charitable dedication steadfastly endures, the modern order has judiciously eliminated many of the exclusive requirements that historically restricted membership primarily to the European nobility. This progressive democratization of membership has strategically enabled significant expansion into new geographical territories and diverse social contexts, all while meticulously upholding the exceptionally high standards of personal commitment and service that have historically defined the distinctive hospitaller identity. The extensive medical and charitable activities that fundamentally define the contemporary order's mission are meticulously executed through a vast global network of hospitals, clinics, and social service programs that collectively serve millions of patients and beneficiaries each year. These indispensable facilities, strategically situated in over 120 countries worldwide, provide a comprehensive spectrum of healthcare services, ranging from essential basic primary care to highly sophisticated surgical procedures and cutting-edge medical research. The Order's unwavering emphasis on diligently serving populations that notoriously lack adequate access to medical care faithfully perpetuates their historical mission, while simultaneously confronting the pressing and complex global health challenges of the present era. The esteemed diplomatic status that the Order meticulously maintains with over 110 sovereign countries affords unparalleled opportunities for impactful humanitarian diplomacy and profound international cooperation that transcend conventional political boundaries. Their respected neutral status and venerable historical reputation uniquely empower them to facilitate crucial dialogue and foster vital cooperation between governments and international organizations, all while delivering essential humanitarian services in volatile conflict zones and politically sensitive regions. This distinctive diplomatic role, though markedly different from their historical military functions, undeniably sustains their enduring relevance as a pivotal international actor capable of making substantial contributions to global peace and stability. The diligent preservation of the Order's magnificent historical legacy, meticulously undertaken through comprehensive museums, extensive archives, and enlightening educational programs ensures that their remarkable thousand-year history continues to profoundly inform and inspire contemporary activities. The thorough documentation and scholarly study of their extraordinary evolution, from a humble pilgrim hospice to a sovereign international organization, provides invaluable insights into the intricate processes of institutional adaptation, the enduring nature of cultural continuity, and the boundless human capacity for selfless service to others. Their compelling story stands as a testament, vividly demonstrating how institutions deeply rooted in medieval religious traditions can not only maintain their profound relevance and social value, but also thrive while adapting to radically transformed circumstances. The Sovereign Military Order of Malta, as it draws near to completing its second millennium of uninterrupted operation, presents itself as an extraordinary exemplar of institutional fortitude and an impressive aptitude for adaptation. Its trajectory, commencing with Brother Gerard's modest infirmary in 11th century Jerusalem and culminating in its current incarnation as a worldwide philanthropic body extending aid to countless individuals in the 21st century, unequivocally illustrates the Order's exceptional capacity. This capacity lies in its steadfast preservation of its fundamental commitment to assisting the ailing and the impoverished, concurrently navigating and adjusting to the profound shifts in political landscapes, societal structures, and technological advancements that have characterized the intervening centuries. This enduring presence underscores a rare blend of unwavering purpose and dynamic evolution. The profound metamorphosis of the Order's members, transitioning from their historical role as crusading knights to their present-day embodiment as dedicated modern humanitarian workers, vividly demonstrates two critical truths. Firstly, it highlights the immutable continuity of fundamental human needs across epochs, and secondly, it showcases the viable prospect of institutional evolution, a process wherein an organization can judiciously preserve its foundational values while simultaneously adopting indispensable modifications. The Order's current mission faithfully perpetuates the bedrock tenets that Brother Gerard first articulated almost a millennium past, an unwavering commitment to ministering to individuals requiring assistance, irrespective of their societal standing or personal conditions, always delivered with profound dignity, heartfelt compassion, and an unyielding pursuit of the most exemplary standards of care. Although the tangible manifestations of this service have naturally progressed from the provision of care for medieval pilgrims to the implementation of sophisticated modern global health programs, the intrinsic dedication to fostering human dignity and extending benevolent aid has remained an unshakable constant. Within the current epoch characterized by accelerating change and multifaceted global challenges, the compelling illustration offered by the Knights Hospitaller unequivocally proves that organizations firmly rooted in timeless, enduring values possess the inherent capacity to sustain their pertinence and societal contribution over many centuries of profound transformation. They persistently address humanity's most elemental requirements, all the while skillfully adjusting to perpetually shifting external conditions and emergent demands. Their extraordinary expedition, spanning nearly a millennium from the confined thoroughfares of medieval Jerusalem to their expansive engagement with the global community of the 21st century, is justly regarded as one of history's most astonishing chronicles of institutional consistency, strategic evolution, and an unwavering, dedicated commitment to the betterment of human welfare. This trajectory serves as a powerful testament to the power of a mission-driven organization.